Mr. Nut, what do you mean who needs Dan? This banter is funny. How dare you? How you all doing, folks? Everybody good? How you doing, DJ Vix? Ash, how you doing? Proving Molly, how the hell are you? Nice to see you. Roger, how are you? Evening, Dean. How you doing, Ian? How you doing, Barry? Sigma? Danger Mouse, how are you, my friend? He haw bugger all, how you doing? Thank you, Psycho's missus. How you doing? Change begins. Spirituality, how are you? Brian, Michelle, how you doing? Manchester crew watching, how you doing? Stevie Mac. Jay, how are you, my friend? Oh, it's just me and your mum, Ash. It's just me and your mum. Davey Mac, how are you? David, sweet. Nice to see you all here. 100 viewers, 37 likes. Do me a favour, folks, and get on that button. Doesn't cost anything, but it does help out. Well, you see, Holly, YouTube don't like you using music that is obviously copyrighted and all that stuff. So to try and prevent them from destroying my live stream, I just use some of the YouTube approved music, which is pretty shite, to be fair, but it does the job for now. Thank you, folks. So, I mean, just a quick one. You probably all know that, or most of you probably know that my longest live stream, I think, was about 6 hours. If Molly will probably be able to confirm that. How you doing, Miss Angela? Everything okay? It was just under 6 hours. Okay, well, Civil Disobedience did a live stream. It was his first one. I've been helping him set up his OBS and his Skype to be able to take calls like I do. And he done I think it ended up as a 6.5 hour live stream. So I was quite impressed with my live stream, the length of that. But now I'm going to have to try and beat his live stream. So yeah, was not impressed with him beating me in that respect. And that was his first ever live stream with a phone in like that as well. So what's with the headphones? Keeping my ears warm. How you doing, Julie? Well, welcome to the live stream, and thank you very much. Appreciated. Oh, I'm not gonna beat it tonight, I'm afraid. No, I'm gonna have to arrange that one. Excuse me, and I might do I don't know. Who knows? I might do a 12-hour live stream. Oh dear. 120 odd viewers, 60 likes. Come on, guys, please. Not asking for a lot. If you like the content on the channel, or if you enjoy the phone-ins that we do on these live streams, just give that like button a quick poke. Just so that it helps the channel a little bit. It helps push out the live stream to people that may not be aware of the channel, and it really does help out a lot. That audit that you watched, David, where the copper need the auditor, was that Cola Burks, I think he's called, or something like that. Miss Angela, somebody told me that, but I've not seen anything that's confirmed that yet. I did ask people to send me some information on that, and I've not seen any information on that yet. So I can't confirm that myself. Other people are telling me it is, and I can say that other people have said it is, but I can't say myself that it definitely is because I've not seen the evidence to back that up myself. But all right, cool. Thank you, Miss Angela. Much appreciated. So what we're going to do tonight, folks, is I'm actually going to open up the phone lines a lot earlier than I normally do. Normally we have a chat for about half hour, 40 minutes or so, and just, blah, blah, blah. But we're going to open up the phone lines earlier this evening. We'll see if we can get more people on and speak to more people. I also wanted to ask people as well. I can't remember if I asked this in a previous live stream. Let me take these off while I'm talking. I can't remember if I asked in a previous live stream that what I wanted to do was to set up a new channel simply for a mental health channel. Okay, and what I wanted to do was just once a month do a phone in, several hours on the phone, just people that are feeling lonely, people that haven't got anybody to talk to, and they can literally just phone up. And it's a place, I want to set it up, and it will just literally be a channel where people who are feeling lonely, who haven't maybe got family around or anything like that, to speak to each other. Do you know what I mean? Get to know each other. Just literally have somewhere that they can go and talk to other like-minded people about anything. Do you know what I mean? And we do a live phone in, simply nothing to do with this channel, nothing to do with police abusing powers, and I won't accept anything on there to do with this. Simply just for people to phone in and talk. That's it. Literally, that's it. Even if I stay quiet the whole time and somebody gets to speak for 20 minutes just to get something off of their chest. Just for that sole reason. I'll post some videos maybe that might be helpful or mental health related. But I as somebody who suffers from mental health myself, sometimes quite badly, I just think that if I can help other people, which I have done on some of these phone-ins over the past few weeks, I've had emails from people saying, thank you, you helped me out a lot. Just by letting me talk to you on the phone, and if I can help some more people in that respect, then I'd love to do that. So I'm going to try and set something up with regards to that, and then literally just once a month. So I'll do these live streams 3 times a month, okay, and then once a month I'll give you guys a weekend off that don't just want to hear me talk about police and all the rest of it, and we'll go over to the other channel and we'll do a mental health related live stream. So yeah, absolutely, Barry, we've all got to be there for each other. Absolutely. How you doing, Richard? I'm good, thank you. What I'll do, folks, is obviously I've got reports to put out this week, but over this week I'm going to try and think of a name for the channel and all the rest of it, and I will put a post in the community tab of the channel to let people know that what's happening about it. Well, I wouldn't say Dr. Pap. I mean, I'm not going to give people advice, any kind of medical advice, because that would be absolutely wrong of me. But if people do need to ask an opinion or get something off of their chest, I am more than happy. I've got 2 of these Do you know what I mean? I'm more than happy to use them if it helps somebody. So, um, well, the numbers of viewers has gone up an awful lot from the last couple of weeks. The last couple of weeks, it's been very bad. Um, well, you know what it was, Roger? One of the things is I was going to start a channel a few months ago. Literally, just it would have just been me. It would have had literally nothing to do with this channel. I wouldn't have done it in here with all the branding and stuff like that. It was literally just going to be me talking about what I've been through over the years. Um, I was going to do like a bit like a podcast, if you like. I was going to do maybe 10, 15 minute videos and just talk about stuff that I've been through over the years and how the mental health has affected me and all that kind of stuff. Um, and But I didn't get around to doing it. So if I can put something together like this, as I'm suggesting now, then I think that I'll be able to help some people. Um, how long have I had mental health? Um, let's put it this way: the first time I did something silly, I was about 15, I think, um, that I can remember anyway. But I don't know whether I had it before then or not. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I just know that the first time I did something silly, I was about 15. Well, you see, the thing is, I don't want it to have anything to do with this channel. So I'd rather not have PAP related. Do you know what I mean? I just want to keep it completely separate to this, because it is, a completely different topic. So I don't want people thinking that they're going to come and speak to somebody who they wouldn't normally watch my type of content, if that makes sense. So, how you doing, Double D? Oh, right, no comment. Yeah, it's the thing is when you get see the thing is what I realised, no comment, is that when you get diagnosed, you realise that it's not something that's just come out of the blue. Do you know what I mean? It's something that you've suffered with, and when I mean, it's taken me from when I was, say, 15 to 40. It took me all that time to get diagnosed. Okay, all of that in between time, I was just tried on different antidepressants, sleeping tablets, and all that stuff, and it excuse me. And you just think to yourself, "Oh, I've got depression. I've got depression." But it's not even that. It's not about having depression. Borderline personality disorders are not. It's not depression. That's one of the symptoms of it. But depression can be a standalone thing. But borderline personality disorder is completely different. But when you realize that, and you actually realize you can actually go back through your life and pick out incidents in your life that are reflective of your newly diagnosed problem. I've done it. I've gone through my life so many times thinking about what I've done and what I've seen or said, and what's happened to me, and I think and I can now, because I've been diagnosed with it, I can turn around and go, that was because of that, rather than sitting there going, why did it happen to me? Do you see what I mean? So, yeah, actually being diagnosed is a massive weight off your shoulders. It really is. So, shall we have any topics tonight, folks? Do you reckon? Should we worry about topics in the phone in, or should we literally just open the phone lines and say to everybody, what do you want to talk about? Angela, your Instagram message has just come through, so I'll check that shortly. But no COVID-19. Well, I mean, obviously, I can't stop people from phoning in and talking about certain things. If we, if we can try and bypass stuff like that, because it does get a bit boring. In all fairness, unless there's something new that we haven't already been told, then then maybe we should keep off of the COVID situation. Also, if people bring up topics that I'll be reporting on tomorrow, then obviously I'll try and skirt around that as well, and everyone will get my view tomorrow. Otherwise, if I talk about it here, I'm not going to have a video tomorrow. So, Jason, Reformed Baptist, police have stepped up aggression. Well, yeah, I've noticed this with the France situation as well. And we are definitely heading in the same direction. The police used to police the events and make sure everybody stayed safe. Now it's almost as though the police are purposely, rather than being on the fringes of the protest, shall we say, they're getting right in the middle, and they are the instigators of the problems. Almost as if they want people to react, so that they can then start arresting people and then telling the world how bad we are. The woman bundled into the van. I've got the video, which I was going to do a video on, but I've not got round to it yet. It's very difficult to keep up with the different types of content that I like to do. When I started the channel, obviously it was videos, my videos. Then I went on to discussing other people's videos, and I do enjoy doing them because they're different all the time. And if people were sending me their own videos to dissect and to put on the channel, then I would certainly make the time for it. But going through videos that other people have gone through, or multiple channels have gone through in really good detail, almost seems a bit of a not a waste of time, because it's not a waste of time highlighting these things, but it seems a bit pointless because other people are doing it and they're doing it really well. But if there are people that have got situations that they're videoed and they want to get it out to, the nearly 26 or 26,000 people on the channel, then by all means send me, your own personal interactions, and I will do that. Do you know what I mean? I will do them ones. But how you doing, Fergus? No worries, no problem. How you doing, Joshua? Nice to see you. Yeah, it's Sigma. I saw an image today which I shared on my Facebook page of the police uniform that actually says G4S police. So it's got the blue police reflective patch, and just above it, it says G4S. This is something that is if that's true, then it's very dangerous for people. Have I ever been raving? What, like big box, little box? Big box. No, I haven't, I'm afraid. No. How you doing, Davey boy? DJ Vix, that's not very nice. Right, so what we're going to do, there it is. G4S Evil Rabbit is a security company. It stands for good for shit. Richard, I may have done, I may not have done, I'm not sure. The thing is, Ian, they shouldn't have the word police. That's impersonating a police officer. Do you know what I mean? They're wearing a uniform that identifies them as police. Okay, the only thing that I could see that differentiated them from the actual police was a little logo that big above the word police on their back. Now, if it doesn't say it on the front and they approach you, you're going to naturally assume that they're police if it says police. So it's yeah, it's not good. Burnt grills. The police are allowed to enter a private land still if you're breaching, or if they believe you're breaching coronavirus regulations. If you're in a house, they've got no powers to enter the house to see if you're breaching COVID regulations. But if you're on private land that's publicly accessible, i.e., under Section 3, I think it is, of the Criminal Justice Act, which is a place, road or highway or place that's accessible to the public upon payment or otherwise at the time, then that's classed as publicly accessible still, and the police can do something about it, unfortunately. I saw that as well, Richard. I've got that one to go through as well. G4S hates everyone because everyone hates G4S. Right. The law on COVID fines for the public. What do you mean, JT? Because there's different things that you can be issued a fixed penalty notice for. Oh, I do want to say as well, by the way, the channel's been under a bit of attack lately. I had a video removed the other day. I don't know if you saw the video about the paedophile and that was here in Liverpool, and the judge literally gave him, allowed him to walk free. Well, apparently that video went against the YouTube terms of service, and I've got done for harassment and cyberbullying because I called the pedo a pedo. In fact, I think I called him something a little bit more colourful than that, and because I called the judge a paedophile protector. Well, apparently that's cyberbullying and harassment, even though it has to be a sustained attack, if you like, in order for it to be bullying or harassment. But that video was removed. This morning I woke up to the video I put out on the 24th, I think it was. Let me just have a look. The 24th? Oh no, where was it? Let me have a look. Bear with me. Gmail. Where are you? So 11 o'clock this morning, on the 25th, PAP reports, weekend in 25th of the 10th. So we're talking a good few weeks ago now. Somebody flagged it and it's now been age restricted. Now, what I want to say to whoever's watching this channel that thinks that flagging the videos and making them age restricted makes any bit of difference, you are very much mistaken. What it actually does is it makes people more interested in what is in that video. And since you flagged it this morning, I've had quite a lot of views on that video. And although it's age restricted now, which means it can't be monetized, what it does do is it encourages people to have a look at that video. And then at the end of that video, okay, it tells people to look at one of my other videos, which probably will be monetized. So what you're actually doing is helping me out. So whoever that was that thinks they're going to do me a turn by flagging my videos, thank you. Much appreciated. Right, okay then, folks. Let's get on this. Let's see if this works today. 01515289590. Skype name is Dan Pat, and it's got that logo, the Police Abuse and Powers logo. If you want to phone up, it doesn't cost you any more than a normal phone call to phone this number, and it comes through to my Skype and we can have a discussion. Share your story, whistle blow, talk crap, or call me names. Okay, first caller. First of all, can I just ask who's that? Who's that?
Bobby.
Robbie. Bear with me, Robbie. Bobby. Sorry, mate. Just bear with me. I need to turn the audio up a little bit. I just want to make sure that people can hear that. Can everybody hear? Sorry, Bobby, wasn't it? You said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can everybody hear Bobby? Give us a yes in the comments. Bingo. Hi, Bobby. Just say something for a second.
Hiya, how you doing?
Yeah, some people are saying they can, some people are saying they can't. That might be because you were quiet at the time. It is a little bit quiet for some reason. I've got my volume right up on the audio, so I'm not sure what's going on there. But anyway,
well, I was wondering if last week I had the fella on with saying that he got arrested for he said that he tried to rob a liquor store off license.
Right, so say that again. Sorry, just to.
You had the fella on last week when he told the story about he got arrested and he had a lot of trouble with the police.
Yes.
I had a similar story to him, but I got arrested twice, charged twice. I went to court twice for the same item, and both of them got dismissed.
Right.
I give what the story is. Well, it happened about 2000. He was a paedophile who used to live next door to me.
Right.
And how we found out is that I used to do security at the time, and he used to deliver RSJs to my site.
Okay.
And he used to bring a young girl with him, and the woman who lived next door with him used to come to the site with him, but he used to stay the night, and in the morning time, he used to come in like at 12 in the morning. Then in the morning time, the work used to take the RSJs off the truck.
Right.
We caught him with the young girl, messing with the young girl, and so we pulled. Me and my uncle went to the woman and pulled her up. Said, "You know what's this happening? woman knew everything about it and told us that he promised not to touch my daughters. So after that, I was getting harassed by the family. Windows getting smashed, etc., etc. I phoned the police 72 times. Nothing happened. One night, they smashed me window again. I phoned the police. The police came out. He said, "Did he see you smash your window?" I said, "No." He said, "We can't do nothing." About 3 minutes later, after the police went, the guy's banging on my door, trying to kick me front door in. I never opened the door, never went out. Phoned the police up again. The same police officer came out. About 3 minutes before, came back.
Right.
I won't tell the fella's name because etc., or the woman's name. When the fella saw the police officer, he ran, jumped over my front garden fence, hit the top of the fence, went ass over tip, cracked his skull. The police came to my door, knocked on my door, and shouted, "It's the police." Oh, I opened the door. He barged in, pushed me to the stairs, and handcuffed me. Now, and I said, "What you handcuffed me for?" He said, "Just sit there." The inspector came out, about 3 or 4 or 5 other police officers came out. And I got arrested and charged. It's a Section 18 or Section 20, the worst one.
I think Section 18 is normally, I
That's the
think.
first one. I got arrested for Section 18 the first time. The police officers there's about 30 people outside the house at my property at the time. The police officers only took 5 statements out of it. The only 5 statements he took from the people next door. I went to court and it got dismissed. The first court case got dismissed. As you're aware, the court case gets dismissed.
Right.
That he could re-arrest you and go back to court.
If there's new evidence, they can't do it. Go on.
Sorry.
I was just going to say go on. I'll let you talk. Go.
I got charged. They arrested me again on Section 20. Now, my solicitor went out and got 23 witness statements. And every one of them said, I never even went out, Dan. I never opened the door to him. The reason why he ran over, the police officer saw him running over, jumping over my fence.
Right.
The police, and so I got arrested again on Section 20. By the time you went to court the second time, the fella was in prison for, I think he was solicitation of his minor, so he was pimping the girl out that he was with as well. Now, there's also a little kicker in the end of the story, why I think I got arrested and all that, what I went through. By the time I went to court, he was in prison. And the judge took a strip out of the prosecuting. She was a woman. The judge kept on saying, "This poor man," and he said, "This poor man, this poor man, that poor man." The judge actually apologized to me in court, and so it got throughout again. The little kicker in this story, Dan, is that he was a police officer. He used to go to their property. I wouldn't say every night, but often. I made complaints. I spoke to the inspector at my local police station, and because what he was doing, he was parking outside my house, going into words. I was getting on, "What you doing? The police come to your house. I was grasping all this and this." Right. I made complaints to the inspector. I said, the police inspector said, "I was making inquiries, doing this and this." I told him, don't be cut the crap. I thought he was knocking a slice out of the woman next door, but I believe that he was technically doing what the fella was doing.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. It's sickening when how can I put it? Intimidation is what it sounded like to me there. You've got some intimidation from the police.
This could be verified with the court case. I went to court twice.
Right.
Section 18 for verse 1 and Section 20.
The,
Now,
go on.
I didn't even go out there. There was 23 people. There was over 23 people because my solicitor had 23 witness statements.
Right.
Now, the only statements that they had was the people from next door. 5 statements.
Okay. Now, I've got to say that there are some judges out there. I mean, you've said that the judge called them out and tore strips off of them.
The judge was spot on. I couldn't even at my barrister called Miss Pepper. The name was. She didn't believe. She was amazed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when I went to court over growing weed, the police had my phone. Now, I was going to court for about 3 or 4 months, and I had all that time to go through my phone and get information that they needed, which would prove that I wasn't some sort of mastermind, drug dealer, fucking whatever. But they failed to do that. Now, we went to court, and it was supposed to have been the trial, and I went to court, and the judge was told that the police had my mobile phone, and there's information on there that would prove that I'm not the person that they're trying to make me out to be. The judge, thankfully, turned round and ripped them to pieces. Absolutely tore them a new arsehole. And I couldn't believe it. It's the first time I've ever seen a judge actually have a go at somebody in court that wasn't the defendant. Do you know what I mean? And I was literally, when you're in trouble, when you've got to try and keep a straight face, and that smile just tries to creep across your face. It was like that. I was trying to keep a straight face, but I couldn't help but start laughing to myself, and this big smile across my face. And the police and the CPS just got ripped to pieces. There are some judges out there that will genuinely do the right thing. I think the number of judges that are doing that is dwindling quite rapidly. But the fact that you had a judge on both occasions that could see that there was, the police were trying to point the case in a certain direction, even without the evidence to suggest it was that way. And the fact that they got called out for it, I've got to say, fair play to the judge in both of those cases. There's a few people in the comments have said if somebody they thought was a pedo turned up at the door, they'd be doing time for it.
But I swear on my nan's grave, I never opened the door to him. I just phoned the same police officer just came to my house about 3 minutes before.
Yeah.
Came back. Now, he saw him. I didn't know this. I only found out afterwards. He saw him jumping over my fence.
Yeah.
Now, and he first denied it. That's when I went to Section 18, I think it was. But when the statement came in, and he said, well, you saw him, you stand outside the gate, and then he changed the statement saying he couldn't see into the garden.
Yeah.
That's when he changed it to Section 20. Now, when I went the second time, I said these embarrassing, well, I think you're going to be doing time and this and this and this. I said, I never done unto him. I wished I did do something to them. I know that I would have done something to him. Well, I could have got satisfaction that I've been in prison for something I've never done.
Yeah.
But when the judge saw it, he just said, the prosecutor said, normally when they come out of court as well, sometimes they talk to the barrister, etc., etc. She just burst out. I was pissing myself laughing. I said, well, what's going on now? He goes, no, that's it. It's done. I said, even the judge said this poor man sad enough. He took him to court twice. Why? There's evidence supporting the fact what he never even laid the finger. Firstly, I never laid the finger on him. Secondly, I never even touched him because the door was shut. And also as well that the barrister came up. He said, why did you only take 5 statements when there was must have been over 25 people, 30 people out at the time, because he was knocking the hell of my door. And
Right.
the only statements that we took was the statements from next door.
Yeah.
And I truly believe that that police officer was messing with kids as well. Why was he going to them? I wouldn't say he was going to every night. Why would he go to them every so often? I said to the inspector when I spoke to the inspector, I said he's up to something dirty because why keep going there constantly? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it seems a little bit weird, obviously. I mean, does he still do it now? Do you know? Is that person still living next door to you?
No, they got chucked. Well, they got chucked out
Right. Okay.
because um, when it because when we found out originally that she was denying it, but when he went to court, it was in the court papers, etc. She was named. Can't remember what she was named in part of the sentence, but because he wanted it to save her, that he said something like I don't know what happened, but she was technically named in it. So she had to get out because a lot of people, because a lot of kids in our house are green as well.
Right.
So I haven't thought, but you wouldn't believe how many times he was to park outside my house, then outside my house, and I was getting called the grass was getting called. Well, what you have the police there all the time for? I said he's not coming to mine; he's going to next door. And
Yeah.
I truly believe that he was messing with because the fella got done for. I think it's called solicitation. I'm not kind of. It's a called solicitation of a minor. I think it's
Solicitation.
something
Yeah.
like that. I think like that's what he got done for, and he got 11 months for it.
Right. It's not long enough. Not long
So,
enough.
but I
Right.
truly believe I want to know. I want to because I've got I had my son with me at the time, and my sister's daughter. So I wasn't going to open the door. If my son wasn't open the door, I would have killed him. And I said to him, you come to my house again. Because after that, when you found out that he was smashing me windows, etc., because you said, oh, you're going to tell, you're going to tell.
Right.
Now, when I went to the police station, I truly believe that he knew what I was talking about. And that's the reason why I got arrested for. Because there was no evidence. Like, when the police came out, when he was knocking on my door, the people over the road, good friends of mine, and Dad and the son ran over.
Yeah.
So they saw exactly what happened. And they told the police, well, he's never what you're arresting him for. They arrested me, handcuffed me, put, chucked me in the back of the police car. He never forcefully chucked me in the back of the police car. I was all beyond and sad, my hand was bruised.
Right. I mean,
And
I've
I said,
I've got to be careful what I say on the channel. Obviously, I have to make sure that if I make a claim, I can back it up. I will say that there are, I can't say whether or not because a couple was visiting somebody regularly. I mean, it could well be that the person that they were visiting was on a sexual harm prevention order, which means the police have to go and visit regularly to check on their devices, for example. I'm
yeah,
not saying that is what it was, but I can't discount that because I don't know who the couple was and I don't know their full situation. But there is, as we know, even just from my reports that I do, there is a lot of very disgusting people within the police force who are not averse to doing such things to such people, shall we say.
well, I can't actually prove what he was doing, but like I said to the cop, the inspector, it's there for something dirty. Because
Yeah,
I thought he was having a off with the mum. But when it came out that he was a pedophile, the fact that his boyfriend, I think it was a boyfriend, was a pedophile,
right.
convicted pedophile. Now, I just went, well, I put two together, makes five. And what I'm there for, if he's been done for a solicitation of a minor, why's that copper going then? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, it's all messed
I
up,
just
mate.
thought
It
you would have
really
been
is.
interested in the story.
No, I'd like to hear other people's stories and incidents that they've been involved in.
That's right. That's why I
It's
hate the piece now, Dan, because I was in the police station from the Friday, well, Saturday morning to the Monday. went to court, went to court on the Monday morning and got bailed, and then the court case after that. So technically, I went to court 3 times.
Right.
And this could be certified in court paper. I think they've got some of the court papers in the lock somewhere. No, the barrister statements, etc.,
Yeah.
etc.
I mean,
So,
obviously, thankfully, the outcome ultimately was that the judge could see through the bullshit, and you know, and you was obviously released without any charges, so to speak. But the simple fact that they've done it in the first place, obviously, is bullshit. They love to. I saw a meme on Facebook, and I'm gonna have to wrap this up. This call up because I need to take some other calls. But I saw a meme on Facebook of the police, how the police treat a paedophile, and they're sort of pushing everyone away. You know, protect the man, and then how the police treat a protester, where they're all bundling on top of them.
Do you know what I mean? That as well.
And that is exactly how things are going, unfortunately, and it's disgusting the fact that people that simply want to live their lives without the threat of somebody doing stuff to their kids are the ones that seem to be the ones that get into trouble the most. It's, you know, for just trying to protect their children. It's a nightmare. And listen, I'm gonna have to take some other calls. I've got people trying to get through, but listen, it was nice to chat with you. Thank you for calling in. Speak again.
Bye now.
Right. Yeah, I know sometimes we talk to people and the calls can go on. Now, I obviously, if people are explaining the story, then I don't want to cut people off. If we're chopping and changing between different subjects and it's going on and on and on, then we have to sort of say at some point that enough's enough. We need to get another caller on. But if somebody's explaining a story, you know, I'm sure that we would all want the ability and the opportunity to be able to explain our story. So, you know, let's try not take the piss out of people who are explaining their stories. Oh, hello. Hello. I think I know that voice.
Yeah, Jamie.
How you doing, mate?
Civil disobedience. How you doing, mate? You got a bad phone call in the end, then?
Yeah.
Jesus. I thought you was going for my live record, mate. The way you was going on with that.
Don't rub it in. I will beat that.
I'm surprised you don't put the brake signs up.
I will take my crown back.
Mate, you could have done it. You could have done it with just that one phone call, I think.
Even if I have to put the be right back sign up for the next 7 hours.
Listen, I didn't know you was getting a celebrity call the first time. Fucking Lily Savage on the phone, first phone call, you had it off.
Oh, dear. Well, we had Brian Harvey on the other week.
Oh, mate, you got all the celebs on your channel. I'm jealous of that. I'm going to slap the game a bit. For live and direct, I thought I'd ask you, because I've had loads of, I've had a few messages asking me about this auditor. I can't remember his fucking name because I'm not that interested in him. Who got an ID from the old bill.
The other day or today?
No, it was the other day. I think he put the video up yesterday. He was outside a police station near Heathrow Airport. Two coppers come out and jumped in and fucking took his phone off him. The whole video is black, basically.
I watched that earlier today. Cola Burks, I think his name is. I think that's how. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it or not. I've got to admit, I only watched the video once. I didn't see the copper knee him. I did hear him say,
"Oh yeah, definitely need him." Told him to fuck off, need him. And
I heard the swearing. I'm not saying that he didn't knee him. By the way, you know me. If there's something there, then I'll call it out. So I'm certainly not saying that he didn't knee him. But I must have looked away at that point, or simply missed that part of it. And I only watched the video once, but. I do know he said a few times, you need me, and the copper carried on swearing as well.
Need him really aggressively.
Right.
Snapped his phone off him, chucked him to the floor, bent all his arms up, swore at him a good few times.
Right.
Really aggressive. But then my response to this was, surely that's what you was after. You got exactly the response you wanted. An auditor couldn't ask for a better response than that, surely to God. So I don't.
Well,
you shouldn't be moaning. You should be fucking celebrating the fact that you got that response. You got two stupid fucking coppers.
In fairness, I've got to agree with that. I think auditors will go out and they want a response.
Yeah.
But they also don't. It's hard to explain. They want a response because it makes good content, but they don't want a response because they want to know that their rights are being respected. Now
you can't have both. And you heard him in the video. The best bit of it was the thing I found the funniest is you heard him in the video. He was there on an off chance. He was dropping a mate off at the airport. And he basically said in the video while he was walking up and down the front of this police station filming it, I wonder what the response to this is going to be. Or it won't be long until someone says something, blah blah blah.
Right.
So he fucking knew he knew he was trying to elicit a response from some sort of police officer.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Jamie.
He got the best one he could have asked for, really.
Well, yeah, but we've got to say that obviously any kind of excessive force like that used is way out of proportion for the situation.
Oh, the two police officers are absolute idiots.
And I know you.
They've screwed themselves.
I know you, and I know from watching your videos, you call a spade a spade. And the simple fact is that yes, some auditors will want the interaction because it makes good YouTube content. And it proves, I suppose, in a way that their rights aren't being respected, and it has to be, going out there and wanting the response has to be the wrong way of going about it. You want to go out there and not want you want to go out there and be able to say absolutely brilliant, had no interaction at all, or somebody came over, asked what I was doing, was polite and left me alone.
Which was as per our conversation the other night. The police officers, if they had any fucking common sense whatsoever, would have just looked at this guy, gone, "Oh, they're obviously aware that there's people doing this as a fucking as a hobby."
As soon as he said it,
and gone,
as soon as he said, "I'm auditing the police station."
Yeah. He had a camera in his hand, and the copper goes to kneeing him and swearing at him, and thinks that he's gonna. The arrogance to think the copper will get away with it is fucking it's mind blowing to me. I actually told the guy, just you basically got what you asked for, but you'll have a civil case there because the copper's overreacted. But from your point of view, you've got exactly what you fucking wanted.
Well, you've got to look at it from the police point of view as well, from the criminal justice point of view, like the CPS and that. If you put yourself in a situation that somebody's going to react to, so if you're just walking down the road and somebody comes up and knees you, for no reason, then obviously that is outright, that is completely their fault. There was no incitement. There was no way that CPS could turn around and say that a reasonable member of the public would have done the same thing.
Being passive aggressive isn't going to be a justification for the police's behaviour. That's like me walking through Brixton with a big billboard on saying "Fuck Black Lives Matter."
Yeah.
I'm absolutely entitled to do so, and I should still, as a citizen of what's supposed to be a civilised country, should be able to walk through Brixton with that Black Lives Matter "fuck you" top on.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely,
and not get a kick in. But you know full well I'm going to get my fucking head kicked in.
Yeah, and the police
and the police and the prosecution service would have to respond to that, and they wouldn't be able to blame me as the victim.
No, but they would.
Antagonising people.
Yeah, but they would. But they
would.
They
could try,
because
but
they'd
from a
say
legal standpoint, they wouldn't have that. They wouldn't have that privilege.
And this is all I'm trying to say is that they even in this situation with Cola Burks is that if we take your example, for example, they would use the fact that you was causing people alarm and distress or harassment. and therefore it was partly your fault. And what would happen is it wouldn't go, in my opinion, it wouldn't go to court, because the police would just turn around and say, well, it was your fault, so we'll just call it, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, and nobody will be in trouble for it. Or they'll try and do...
Because the police can't claim to be alarmed, harassed or distressed. It's part of their duty not to be.
Well, it is and it isn't.
That's why they can't arrest you for swearing at them. So that officer couldn't claim to be alarmed, harassed or distressed by the sight of this guy's camera, and he should have dealt with it in a professional manner.
Not by that, absolutely. But there is a bit of a misconception, Jamie, with regards to police not being able to beat complainants. What it is, the I can't remember the name of the case, but the case the case law that says that police can't be alarmed, harassed and distressed actually says that their level of alarm, harassment and distress must be higher than the normal member of the public's. So therefore they can still claim alarm, harassment and distress if you give them a sustained and a very aggressive, for example, confrontation. They can use that. They wouldn't
have a justification for someone just holding his camera who's actually told them what his reason for being there was.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
The guy was being a prank for doing it, because I don't agree with it. I think it's fucking stupid to elicit a response from security guards and stuff in an attempt to make a fucking YouTube video. I don't think it's the smartest move in the world, but the fact is, from a technical standpoint, he was absolutely within his legal right to do so, and the police officers should have been the ones to say, well, look, this guy's obviously a bit fucking simple. He wants to stand out here with a camera in the cold, looking at police stations. We'll just fucking leave him be until he becomes a threat to the members of the public, or he causes members of the public alarm, harassment and distress. Just let him walk up and have a fucking pavement filming. Well, that copper couldn't do that. His perceived power overpowered his little brain.
Yeah.
And he had to go in and give the guy a kicking. Stupidly, he'd done it on camera.
It's almost like when I was a chef and I was working in an open kitchen. If members of the public had come in to eat and they come and stood and watched us cooking, and I thought to myself, I don't like this. I can't exactly go out there, grab them, drag them out, and say, "You're causing me alarm and distress. Get out when serving you."
Of course not. It's part of your job.
Do you see what you know what I mean? So you're absolutely right in with what you're saying. But when it comes to, as I say, when it comes to the police feeling alarmed and distressed, their level of alarm and distress must be far higher than the average member of the public. Therefore, as you quite rightly say, somebody standing there with a camera that may intimidate a member of the public or make them feel alarmed, with the police constantly being filmed when they go to major traffic accidents, for example, by the mainstream press and all that kind of stuff, the police are used to being filmed, and they should not be able to use that with regards to those kind of situations. And to react in that way was absolutely disgusting. It'll be interesting to see if it gets pushed forward. We all know what the IPCC are.
Yeah. But the fact that this guy has physically attacked him, and his justification was only the fact that he was filming police officers, I can't see this. Even the IPTC, and if it went civil, I can't. These officers wouldn't win civil action.
Yeah, no. If it went the criminal route, what they'd do is they'd say it's not in the public's interest.
That's a fucking waste of time. We all know that.
So I would put in a complaint just to tick the boxes.
Yeah. That's what I tell people all the time. You've got to seem to be going down the correct route. So even though you know the answer is going to be we're not fucking interested, you've got to seem to be putting the complaint into the IPCC.
That's it. Cross the I's and dot the T's.
Yeah. That's it.
And then but always in the back of your mind, forget about criminal action, and just think about your.
To go civil.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100% agree with you there.
Well, the guys, as far as I'm concerned, it's a win-win for the guy. He's gotten their order in. He's elicited a good response from two idiot police officers who beat the crap out of him on camera. Luckily for him. All of that was filmed. The swearing at him was filmed for no reason for the cop room out of the car. It's filmed him kneeing him in the legs, so he's perfect with that. Just made himself a nice YouTube video, which is probably going to get tens of thousands of views. Is the guy white or black? I can't remember if he's white or black. Is he black as well?
I'm not sure. I think he's Asian, but I might be wrong.
Oh, he's ticking all those ethnic boxes as well. Oh, he's going to be having it right off.
No response is best response. That's right, G. Absolutely.
This is what I said to you before, wasn't it? With the police and the security guards and all the rest of it, when I was a doorman and all the rest of it, if someone walked up to me and started filming me, I would just, yeah, all right, mate.
Yeah, that's it.
Carrying about my day.
That's the worst thing. That's the worst thing somebody filming wants. The worst thing somebody filming wants is for somebody just to ignore you.
Yeah, of course it is. It's like bullying people at school. If you beat someone up at school because they were being a dick, the answer was you should have just walked away and ignored them. You shouldn't have beat them up. You'll be the one in trouble because you beat them up, not them because they were being a dick.
Right, there's a couple of comments, Jamie. Somebody said that he actually got strip searched after that.
Oh, they took him to town. Fucking hell.
And somebody's just said that he's white, Caucasian, Mid-East mix.
No, so, that's a shame. I thought he was a black guy or something. That's a shame. He would have really ticked all the race car boxes. He would have had a bit of colour about his skin.
Louise Maltese.
Really took them to town.
Oh, Louis Maltese, perhaps standing up for the police without studying the video. Was I standing up for the police there?
No, I don't think so.
Anybody in the comments? Was I standing up for the police there?
I'm not. I think you're of the same opinion as me. I'm not standing up for either side. I think the guy with the camera was being the knob because he was there trying to elicit that response. And the two police officers were fucking idiots for reacting to it. So I think both parties were fucking stupid, is my personal opinion. But I think the guy with the camera got what he wanted. So I can't say he could possibly moan about it. He wanted a YouTube video. He got a fucking YouTube video. He wanted to make the police look bad. That's exactly what he's done.
Yeah, the police overreacted. Absolutely overreacted. There's no way that you can get around the fact that they have used excessive force, unreasonable behaviour towards the guy. Absolutely no way you can get around that.
No.
I think the only thing that I said that may have sounded like I was sticking up for the police was when I said that the criminal justice system would probably turn round and say, well, you went there in the first place to elicit a response.
Well, their legal teams would certainly use that as a defence.
Yeah.
There's no two ways about it. That would be their only defence to it. But they're still not going to be, because it's still going to be excessive force no matter which way they look at it. But yeah, no, it's just an interesting one. I got the email about it. I didn't know whether you'd been asked to sort of review it or not, so I thought I'd bring it up.
No, I've got it saved on me on YouTube because I saw it earlier. I didn't as I admitted at the beginning, I didn't see it completely through. Yeah. Uninterrupted. So I missed that bit where he got kneed. I will go back and look through that because straight away from hearing the police and from hearing the guy say, "What did you knee me for?" I know that I need to relook at it. So,
well, I haven't listened to the audio. I'm the same as you. I just watched the first bit of footage, and as soon as I saw it, I just emailed the guy back and saying, "Well, you got exactly the response you wanted. There's nothing more I can say about that video."
Yeah.
So I think he sort of got the picture when it comes to me, because, as you know, and as most people who watch my channel know, not really into the auditing scene. I think it doesn't elicit real responses as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
You're always going to get aggressive people, because the only people that are ever going to sort of respond to you sticking a camera in their face are going to be aggressive people. Yeah. So you're not really getting a true picture of what everyone is.
You know, I just to touch on something there. I done a Freedom of Information request to Metropolitan Police 2 weeks ago, and I asked them for copies of all training, recent training, emails, notes, whatever it might be that about auditors within the Metropolitan Police, about people photographing outside and filming outside police stations. Is there any training? Is there any recommendations? Anything that they've got? And they turned around and told me it's going to take more than 18 hours to find the information you want. So basically, fuck off unless you're going to pay us over 500 quid.
Well, you can't do that. So,
but they can. They can if they, all they've got to do is just say it's going to take more than this certain amount of time. The ICO ICO? Is it the ICO? IOC?
Yeah,
Oh, I
I
can't
don't,
remember.
yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Anyway,
yeah.
they say that there is a certain the police or anybody have to allot a certain amount of time for every request.
Right. So then who determines what's going to take what amount of time? Because if that was the case, and the police again are policing themselves, if you're saying that they can justify the amount, they can turn around and say, well, it's 18 hours.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to do it, they could say that about every FOI request or every request that's made to them.
True.
And make it impossible for anybody. So surely there's something there within GDPR and that sort of law which states that what they're saying is bollocks. Because it has to be somebody that fucking polices these idiots.
Yeah, but
they justify themselves far too often with lies like that.
But it's the same as everything, Jamie. There is always a get out clause. They always have a backup and a get out clause for everything.
Yeah, I think that's what frustrates a lot of people. The fact that they're never held accountable for their actions.
Yeah.
Ever. I mean, unless they do something fucking serious, and obviously you know this yourself because you've built a channel around sort of shining the spotlight on the ones that are trying to slip away.
Yeah.
Under the radar in these little fucking sections of newspapers that no fucker reads. I mean, without a channel like yours on there, you wouldn't know about these coppers. But it should be fucking general knowledge.
Yeah,
they're quick to publicise anything they do that they believe's good for the public. Yeah. They should be out there publicising fucking, police officers been knocked off because he caught raping fucking people and things like that. You shouldn't have to hide stuff like that away.
And they're all over Twitter going, oh well, we stopped somebody that was going 3 miles an hour over the speed limit and we took their car from them. Do you know what I mean? They're happy to do that.
You get them. The one that aggravated me was the bus. When they were driving around central London on the top of a double-decker bus looking for people sat at the traffic lights on their mobile phones so they could prosecute as many people as they could find.
Yeah.
To me, it's entrapment, surely. I mean, it's just fucking... What horrible behaviour is that?
Well,
fucking
the thing is
the
thing is, it's not entrapment because they're not creating a situation where people are on their phones, It's
a fucking despicable way to be going about doing things.
Yeah. It's like having a copper at your window. You think about, and we'll have to wrap this up in a sec, Jamie, because we've got other people trying to call through.
We've got to keep them 10 minutes.
It's like if you lived in Scotland and Hamza Yousaf said to every copper, you've got to go and put your ear up against everybody's window and listen just in case somebody says something you don't agree with.
Oh, mate, it's like the Spastics version of Minority Report, isn't it? You know
madness, absolute madness.
Well, I should let you get on, my man. You get on because I don't want you beating my 6.5 hours. So I'll let you get on to the next lunatic.
Oh, my man, no worries.
Do remember to shout it out. I will be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow as well, don't forget.
Yeah, so let me just say, this civil disobedience, you can find him just by putting in civil disobedience in YouTube. Not yet, because you're watching this, so don't go nowhere just yet.
Don't go anywhere yet. I'm not on there today.
He's doing some live streams with phone-ins as well. Very blunt, very straightforward, says exactly how he feels. It's always worth a watch. It can be very amusing and also,
it's always informative.
Very harmful to your hearing.
Yeah, it could be. If you're sensitive, don't fucking bother turning up. Right?
Yeah. But go and check him out. Oh, there you go. Proving Molly's just posted your link in the description, in the comments. Thank you.
Lad. Well, I will be back. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back for about 8ish tomorrow, guys. So, Dan, listen, best of luck with tonight.
No worries, my friends. You take it easy.
Cheers, man. Have a good one.
Cheers, Jay. Ta, mate. And we go again. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Adrian.
How you doing?
Noisy. Yes. 1 second. So I had an incident with the police.
Okay.
There was a guy on the bridge on the Hendon train station, and he jumped. He jumped into the oncoming traffic.
No way.
So I saw this thing happening, and then I got my phone out and I started filming. And the police came and said to go away. Go away, have some respect.
Right.
You wouldn't like someone filming you if you were down there. And I said, well, I'm not getting close to to the scene, so I'm just filming here.
Yeah.
And they said, have some respect. And after that, I moved away, and they were talking to some people that came over there, a lady and her boy.
Right.
And they were saying, that guy is so disrespectful. He came to film. That guy is so disrespectful.
Well,
And,
being disrespectful isn't against the law at the moment.
Yeah. So I felt very bad about this thing, about talking to me like that. And I called, I did kind of a strange thing. I called the emergency number, 112.
Yeah.
So I talked to an operator, and I got close to the area. They started putting the police tape.
Yes.
So I didn't cross the tape, and I was approached by another police officer. We already told you 3 times to leave.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm on the phone with the police. And the lady on the phone started saying, if they're telling you to leave, just leave.
Right. Okay.
And I asked for the shoulder number of the lady on the phone. I said I want to make a complaint about her. And she said she gave me a fake number. And then she asked me for my name. And I said, look, because you're so prejudiced, I'm just going to make a complaint. I'm not going to give you my name.
Right.
A few minutes later, I got a private phone call from the police station. There was a guy. He said, yes, you want to make a complaint, Adrian? And I never gave them my name. But I have my, I'm paying for an active DBS check.
Right.
The 13 pounds for working at school. And maybe that's how they got the name. They asked me, what are you doing? And I said, I was going to Sainsbury. Which Sainsbury are you going exactly? And I'm like, I'm just going to Sainsbury. We can confiscate your phone for having evidence.
Right. Adrian, let me just stop you there for a minute, okay? Can you just clarify? You started filming after the person jumped.
After.
Right. Okay. So I just want to say to people in the comments. Okay. So just bear with me a second, Adrian. Now, I fully understand that if you was filming somebody that was standing on top of something ready to jump and you filmed them jump, that would be a bit much. Do you know what I mean?
No, but I didn't get that part.
I get that. What I'm just trying to be impartial here. So. There is a moral, as I said, there is, being disrespectful isn't illegal yet. So you have the right to film. If there's for example, if there was a car crash, you could get out and you could start filming. Somebody could be injured. That might still be disrespectful, but you've got your right to do that. Now, the other thing as well is that. Especially when it comes to the police, if there was two women who were murdered in a park in London in June. The police were taking selfies with them, okay, with the bodies.
Yeah.
Now, my issue is if there were people there when the bodies were found, if there were members of the public filming what was going on, then the police wouldn't have done that. The police would have been more respectful because there was people watching them. I think that the fact that you were filming after the incident to see what was going on, I'm pretty sure, and I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure you didn't go up and try and get a close-up of the person on the floor. But I do want to say to people that although some of us might think it's morally wrong to film an incident that's just occurred, I've got to be impartial and say that although in some situations it would be or might be, there is nothing to stop people from doing that still, providing they're not going to do anything immoral with the footage afterwards, if that makes sense. So I just wanted to say that. But yeah, go on, carry on, Adrian.
Oh no, that was like the whole story. So the fake shoulder number and the way that I was called on a private phone. Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So normally, if you get a phone call, normally it'll be logged. It'll be logged on the system that you've had that a particular constable has phoned you. So you could do, if you wanted. I don't know when this happened, but you could do a subject access request and ask for all the information that they've got, all the contacts that they've had with you, and it should show if it was a recorded, like a phone call that was recorded. For example, it was recorded on the system that somebody had spoken to you.
Yeah, but isn't it wrong for someone to give you the fake shoulder number?
Yes, but that's what I mean. It would say say in the
okay.
It would say in number one. It would say in the subject access request if that call was authorised. Okay. If it wasn't, then you could make a complaint about that, and then they'd be able to find out who it was.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for listening.
No worries. Thank you for your call. Thank you. Take care.
All the best. Have a beautiful evening.
You too. Take care. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Right, so guys, I get as well. I get what you're saying. I don't want to upset anybody. Obviously, I have to be. When I hear a situation, I've got to be impartial about it, and I've got to try and see it from both sides. Yes, there are moral implications to certain things, but I think most of us now, if there was an incident, we would get our phones out to make sure that nothing bad was going to happen or nothing else bad happened. So the fact that he says he didn't go up and film the body or anything like that. He was just filming from a distance. Personally, I don't think that that's such a bad thing. I understand that some of you will see that as as a moral issue, but we've all got different. We are all different people, and we all have. What's the right word to put it? We all have different levels of morality, and just because it's something that we personally might not do, I think you need to look at the bigger picture and say to yourself, well, if as long as you've not gone over and you're standing over somebody, filming them, dying or spread across the road, for example, as long as you're not doing that, I don't think it's such a major issue if you're filming from a distance. The mainstream media do it all the time. Even with huge incidents, the mainstream media will set up, at the police line, and they'll be filming with their telephoto lenses to see what gruesome details they can get. But if you're filming from a distance a situation or an incident, then, if it's involving the police, I say we need to film it, as long as you're not going to do anything morally reprehensible with the footage afterwards. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello?
Hello, can you turn the sound down in the background, please?
Yeah, I am, mate.
Thank you.
Right, no problem. Is that Dan?
Who's this? Who am I talking to?
My name's Barry. Barry.
Swain. How you doing, Barry?
All right, mate. No, not too bad. Dan, I've been trying to get hold of you for a while. I've got a really large case, and it's quite complicated and quite in depth. You got time to talk? I don't know if you're talking live now.
We are live at the moment, yeah. Can you give us an outline of what's going on? It may be something. It may be something that you want to speak to me in more depth by email, for example, or in a phone call at another time. But if you give us, if you gleam over it now and let us know. Yeah.
Basically, I've had about 30 offences committed against me by West Yorkshire Police, and I've had about the same again and more committed by protesters trying to stop legal, lawful farming.
Okay.
The police actually refused to uphold laws. Different sections, some of the protesters, the crimes that they committed are actually custodial sentences. They can have up to 3 months imprisonment.
Okay.
But the police refused to arrest them or stop them from protesting.
What are they protesting? They're protesting over the farming.
Yeah, the farming has to have protection, pest control, and
Okay.
it has to be done regardless on how people feel. Things like the vegan movement and all the rest of it with
So is this
vegetables and
to
that.
do with pesticides and things like that? Is it?
No, but what I'm trying to say is that it's actually to do with firearms. I'm a licensed firearms holder.
Okay.
I have a lawful position. The government give me the license to do the pest control. It's solely there for that.
You weren't in the newspaper. You weren't in the newspaper this year, were you?
I was in. I've been on Look North last year, 2019.
Right.
And I've committed no offences, none whatsoever. The police have tried to make up stories about the offences that I may have committed, or the protesters have given stories of things that they think I might have done. It's all incorrect, and no evidence, no anything. The problem the police have is I record everything. I've got hours and hours of recording of all the offences of the police and the protesters. But the CPS, I've started informing them of what's going on, but I've already gone through the PSD, and that was completely ignored. Basically, I might as well have been talking to the police officers' brother or mother to get them to punish them or stop them doing what they're doing. But they've just completely refused to uphold laws, and they call it a necessity test. It's their choice of each individual police officer whether they think it's a necessity to arrest or stop a member of the public at breaking or doing crimes.
Yeah, but it's almost the same as the public interest test that they do. The police and the CPS have this public interest test that they go through, like a few questions on there. If they can't tick the boxes, basically, they just turn around and say, no bollocks, we're not going to help you. Now, I appreciate that you've been you've not explained what pest you're dealing with. Now that I'm not gonna push you for that. That may be your own choice, not to mention what that is.
The reason being is that basically people get rather upset sometimes, and they get rather annoyed. It's actually geese, Canada geese. If you've done a lot of research on it, they've cost millions of pounds for the EU and the EU and in Holland and in other places. They live for many years, 25, 30 years. They have between 5 and 8 young of their own every year. They don't really emigrate that much, but they attack the farmers' crops. This particular farmer is what you call a wild free-range farm. And basically they destroy all his fields with the grass crop. When it should be like 6 inches high, it's like a millimetre high or sort of like 20 mil high, and it's covered in Canada excrement. The problem is that over 160 acres, you can't lay a blanket out and have a picnic as a family, because you would be laying in Canada poop. It's about the size of a small dog.
Right. Okay.
And but the protesters want the animals. There's only a handful normally, but they have very large vocal powers on the internet, YouTube's, Google, and all the rest of it. My company, I had a company that's nothing to do with the pest control, was hit and wiped out, and people's jobs were put out. They lost their jobs. The company had to basically nearly fold. A family plumbing company had been running for about 10, 15 years.
Right.
So the protesters have illegally destroyed a plumbing company. They advertised cutting up foxes in front of vans and blaming myself and anybody else they could, but mainly myself, for cutting foxes up and things, which are all proven to be lies because they done a very silly thing and put the actual fox on their Facebook pages with its tail still on.
Right.
So
Okay.
the stories are made up. They're huge, but the thing is about the police attacking me, on the highest level you can get of security, safety, and a person of public safety. You know what I mean? The test, the stuff I have to go through to be able to do what I do in the first place. So I'm above and beyond most people you would say was legal and lawful. They've actually tagged somebody. It's like attacking somebody of their own. It's like accusing, I don't know, a teacher of being a paedophile. That
Right.
isn't, is what they've actually done to me. And they've really seriously attacked us in the industry. So there are quite a few films and videos on another YouTube channel. They've done about 6 to 8 on myself, all in the right way, and the fact that I've committed no offences, I've done nothing wrong, and so on and so forth. But it's like I'm like coming up against a brick wall. I'm getting some sort of help from the insurance company, but the insurance company that I was insured with is even struggling to help me. Because the police have basically shut all doors, tried to shut all angles, but their crimes that they committed are things like threatening me with arrest. They actually arrested me, locked me up for 5.5 hours, and released me with no charge. One of the chief inspector or the inspector basically advertised 24 hours later the fact that a man was arrested. They never put my name, but it left it open for the villagers to basically use the fact that I was arrested. And they tried to treat me like a criminal,
Right.
and I'm actually the furthest from being a criminal. And they've basically incited and insist and helped the protesters commit more offences. Section 68, Part 1, Part 1B, Part 1C, it's a criminal offence to stop me doing a legal lawful act.
Right.
And there's a custodial sentence up to 3 months that the judge can give them. But they won't recognise any of the laws. They don't recognise any of the laws.
They pick and choose. We see it all the time. The police picking and choosing what laws they want to enforce at any particular time,
Yeah.
and it's wrong. We know it's wrong. The police are there to enforce the law, regardless to what the law is. They're not there to enforce their own opinions on something or their superiors' opinions on something. The laws are in place. If the law says that you can do what you're doing, pest control, if the law says that you can, then you can do that. People are not allowed to prevent you from doing your job, whether that's members of the public or the police. If they are, I would say, if they're failing.
What makes it worse is the fact that the government give me the licence, not the police. Now the police have a say in it, in the fact that they do test, background checks, everything.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I'm above and beyond everything, and I'm 50 odd. And I've committed no offences, and to be of that age, and if you knew about my past and everything else, I've really been above and beyond and kept to the laws. So, but the government giving them a licence, and that's what my licence is for. What I was for doing, it's not a licence to say here is a licence for you to go and play with guns or whatever and do as you please. It's there for a specific purpose. So the police actually attacking me, they're attacking something that the government give me the licence to do. It's really in depth, and some of the problem that I have is some of the so-called protesters are titled people. You're talking a solicitor and a doctor and these sort of people, and even a local MP. Joined in their protest. He didn't do any illegal protesting. I will make that point. Okay, but he joined the people who were organising it, who caused the illegal protesting and the issues that have gone on. So it's been really, really difficult, and the fact that somebody of my level of legal side is being attacked like this is beyond belief for me. Friends and family, and even the insurance company that are involved. There's a company called Basque. They insure people like me to do a specialist job, and their stock. They're having problems because the police are not bending in any way, shape, or form.
Have you? Is there? And forgive me, I'm not. I'm obviously I'm not.
No, that's fine.
I'm not in that particular field of any or anywhere near it. But isn't there a national farmers union that maybe
the Basque is the British Association. I can't remember the exact words for it, but it's basically like the National Farmers Union. But that's for shooters. Basque is solely for the shooters for the whole of England. Right. So we're insured for like a third party. Like if I made a terrible mistake using my rifle, or guns and whatever, or I've committed offences, or like in this instance, the police have took my guns off me incorrectly with no legal reason. They haven't a reason. The reason they originally made up was that I'm some nutcase, I have mental problems and possibly drinking, and so on and so forth, which are all completely untrue, because it's actually the furthest from the truth you could possibly be. I'm nothing like that type of person. You know?
This entire story sounds like something that I've read. I'm sure it was this year. It may have been towards the end of last year, but I'm sure it was this year. Right. It just sounds identical to the story that I've read. I can't remember it fully, but there's just there's stuff that you're saying that just rings so familiar. Now, the police are obviously not doing their job. They're not fulfilling their duty as impartial, law enforcers. Have you tried? I presume you've made complaints. You said to PSD. Have you been to the IOPC?
I started as PC about a week or so ago, but instead of just approaching, that's the right word, approaching the IOPC, I'm actually approaching the PCC as well. Police commissioner, and I'm emailing them both together, because the case is so big and so large. It's the fact that the protesters committed offences, the police refused to stop them, then the police committed offences against me, and they've actually committed bigger offences than the protesters. Nobody wants to talk about it, and all they want to do is keep sending it around. Now, I can't give them the information that needs to be passed. To give you some idea, the police done a statement to back up the reason why they took my licence and everything off me. And the statement was 575 pages long. And out of that 575 pages, there wasn't one crime committed. Not a crime.
Right.
Nothing. And basically, they just go around in circles making stories.
No,
the stories can be proven.
I don't doubt for 1 minute that the IOPC will side with the police. That they will find some way, some get out clause somewhere that will help them and allow them to side with the police. I think you've done the right thing getting it emailed in the PCC as well. They say the PCC is the only person that can hold the chief constable to account, although there's nobody to hold the PCC to account.
Well, he's not. The response of our PCC at the end of this week was basically, we can't do anything about it. Have you spoken to the IOPC? And then I've given the IOPC some of the codes of the complaints. I sent one complaint in at the beginning of this year, and that had 20 police officers basically wrongdoings. Let's put it that way. I don't want to say the wrong word, but offences and everything that they've committed. I had they brought it down to 18. I had about 30. And the inspector tried to bring it down to 18, making it a short list.
Yeah.
I wasn't bothered to that extent, as long as they stopped and done what they're legally supposed to do. But that never happened. Right?
Well, I think you're doing the right thing. You've got to tick the boxes. Unfortunately, we have to go through certain procedures, even if the outcome is not going to be in your favour. We unfortunately have to go through and tick the boxes. Doing the making your complaint to the IOPC obviously is I'd say is the right thing to do, because then when you go to private prosecution, you can say, look, I've tried everything else. Yeah. And this is where I've ended up because it's not being taken seriously. And then
you feel very alone. I feel very alone. And it's taken over my life. I had to basically just fight. You feel like you're fighting everything on your own. Recently, I went to court on something with one of the protesters. He committed assault and basically harassment. I had a firearm in my hand at the time, so I can't show any signs of distress or alarm. I can't basically show anything, and as little as I can anyway, with these type of people. Committed about 15, 20 offences against us, all recorded, all documented and listed, but the police won't arrest him or take in the information, because as soon as they do one, the rest will fall like a deck of cards, because there's about 7 or 8 of them that are all the same, and they're all half of them are titled people, as they call them. So we went to court. We actually went to court on the 17th. And the CPS come back to me and said that they produced a video with me smiling. And because they produced a video with me smiling, they refused to prosecute him for assault and basically harassment. So we left court without him going to court. So the CPS were even sort of like standing up for him. And I said to him, I said, don't you understand that I can't show any signs of alarm and distress when I'm carrying basically a tool in my hand.
I get that. I get that. I understand that. I think if I was in your situation, and this is a situation that I've personally never dealt with or hurt. Or even
that's what makes it so unique and difficult, because a lot of the public don't even sort of understand. Well, he's got a gun, he's got firearms, he's got this. I was a specialist, not just a shotgun, if that makes sense. My shotgun had 10 cartridges in it, because it's there to do a job. It's not like an up and over or a side by side or something like that the ordinary you can go to and do at a shooting range and so on and so forth. So if that sort of helps in the explanations of what I do and what it was, and a lot of the cases I didn't actually shoot anything, because I'm what you class as a shoot captain, and I organise everybody else that has licences to come and do the job that the farmer needs. And because I was the shoot captain, basically I've been blamed for everything. There's race crimes within the paperwork as well, of the police refusing to log and register the protesters attacking Pakistani Muslims. Is in calling them names and so on and so forth, because they're there doing a specific job, and the police refuse to take on or report or act upon the race crimes. There was about 4 or 5 other crimes on that day as well.
They're very selective about the kind of hate crimes that that they police these days as well.
Yeah.
But personally, what I think I would do in your situation is I'd do exactly what you've done so far. Is I'd go to the IOPC and I'd make that complaint simply to tick the boxes, cross the T's and dot the I's, so to speak. I'd be thinking about private prosecution with regard, and I think you could kill, and excuse the pun, I think you could kill two birds with one stone, so to speak.
Yeah.
And you may be able to get some kind of order to stop people coming on your land to do the protesting, for example. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't want to stop people being able to protest things that they're against.
I don't. There's a difference between legal protesting and legal protesting. This is what makes the case so difficult, because of who I am and the involvement of my license and what I do. So it tells you I'm a legal, very safe person to be around, I'm sort of like no criminal records. I'm the safest person you could have in your house.
Right.
But there's you got the other side of people are allowed to protest. But when it comes to people's food, what people don't seem to understand is the food the farmer makes is to feed the population, the public. It's in the public interest that the police have to stop the protesters, and the law's been made in 1994, I think it is, I can't remember the dates now. It's a criminal offence to stop illegal lawful acts, i.e. like pest control, farming. It's like somebody trying to stop you from cutting your grass, you know what I mean, in your garden. It's an offence.
Yeah, of course,
But this is more serious, of course.
Well, as I say, I think the route that I would go down is I'd certainly be thinking about a private prosecution. The private prosecutions are the good things.
You mentioned about private prosecutions.
Yeah.
Isn't that going to cost a lot of money?
It can do. It can do.
This case is so big. The crimes of the police officers. There's three main police officers. The crimes of the three main. There's two sergeants and an inspector. So the crimes of the police officers are so many.
Yeah.
The crimes of the protesters are so many. It's got to the stage where it's ridiculously out of sort of like you're talking about 9 months of activity,
right?
Illegal activity, and that's my worries. And I think that's what the problem is with my insurance company, because fighting the case is very difficult for them. They are having somebody in London look at it over the next couple of weeks.
But I was going to say, I mean, there must be some briefs out there that will be able to look at your evidence. Obviously, they'll have a far better idea than I, but they'd be able to see all of the evidence.
You and I have,
You'd be able to see all the evidence that you've got. You may even be able to find a brief that will take it on as a no-win, no-fee, or there may be something that they can do. They might be able to put you in touch with an organisation, for example. I know I know it's a completely different field, but there is there's a charity for religious. I think it's the Christian charity of some description that will help people when they're going to court. Yeah. And when they will fund it and things like that. Maybe there's an organisation, I don't know, because I'm not in that field, as I say, and I don't want to give you any kind of misinformation. So if I don't know something, I'll tell you that.
You can't. Any information you give me is really good. I do watch your programme quite a lot. You've actually helped me, and the other chap you was talking to earlier. By watching your programs, you've actually given me the information that I needed on some of the instances and cases and what the police have done and what's right and what's wrong.
Okay, excellent.
So the actual information and the stuff that you've talked about on your programs has actually been very helpful to me in certain points. I have to sort of watch 20 programs to get one thing I needed for my particular case, but you've still been helpful. You know what I mean? And I just wanted to contact you really and talk to you a bit in depth on it and to see basically how much or what you could do for me, or if you knew anybody that could help me in the background. I'm very much alone.
It's definitely it's definitely a very stressful situation for you. I can tell that from just from talking to you, and it seems like it's just getting relentless for you, and that's not gonna that's not gonna do you any good, or your family,
all the families.
Yeah, as I say,
the farmer's been getting it. He's had a load of problems with them. The police have basically been to his property, must be 20, 30 times, trying to get him to withdraw the permission for me to be on the land to do his pest control, which he would never do. He has to have it, and he hasn't a choice. He's ringing me up every week now. Can you come and sort it out, Barry? I said, no, because I can, legally, but other guns that work for me or with me have been threatened by the police illegally. They're going to have their licences and their guns removed, and because the guns, they buy them themselves, and it costs a lot of money, and it takes years of sort of like sorting it out to be able to get to that position in place. And then, of course, the police know this, and they threaten everybody. I've got video evidence of a sergeant threatening one legal lawful person with arrest and to take his property, and they just don't seem to care. They just seem to do what they want. They're out of control, I think. But there's only a few. There's quite a number of. I must say there is quite a number of police officers that are supportive and don't agree with what's happened. But it seems to be management more than the lower levels. That
usually is.
Seems to have a problem.
Now, I was going to say something. Are these people still protest? I'm going to have to wrap this up. I'm afraid, because we've been on for nearly half an hour. So forgive me for that. But
no.
Are they still doing Are they still protesting now?
No, because they've managed to remove us and stop the pest control.
Okay.
So they've stopped all their protesting. So as far as the police are concerned, that's the end of it.
Right,
they've got what they wanted, but they're destroying. But they haven't, because the geese don't stop coming. They're not stopping growing. They're not stopping eating the land, and the farmers still got the problem. So the farmers' union.
I was going to say, it's a shame they're not still protesting, because all you'd have to do is tell the police there's an unlawful COVID gathering, and they'll be all over it.
I was removed off the land from doing my legal rights to do, because we weren't stopped, because it's a necessity to feed the public, to give you your steak on your plate on a Monday and everything else, and food on the table. We were removed because the protesters can't protest.
Right. It sounds to me that the whole situation is affecting your ability to do your job. It's affecting. You're losing money because you're not able to do your job, I'm presuming. And all of this stuff, because private prosecutions, the burden of proof is a lot less than a criminal prosecution. But once you get a private prosecution, you've then got extra weight to then go and do a criminal prosecution. I
thought it worked the other way around. So you just told me something new there. I thought it would be easier to get a private prosecution after a criminal prosecution. See, that's why I've been trying so hard to get the criminal prosecution sorted.
The burden of proof
in a prosecution would be better.
The burden of proof in a criminal prosecution is far higher than it is in a private prosecution or a civil claim.
Right.
The burden of proof is a lot less.
Yeah.
So
that's interesting. Right. Thank you very much for that.
But I would please do keep me updated on what's happening. I mean, my email's in the description of all my videos. Please, feel free to drop me an email.
Right. I'm not very computer minded.
Right. No, that's fine.
It's one of the reasons why I had trouble actually contacting you and all the rest of it. I'm learning. I had to. But your details and everything else, and I struggle. I have sent you some emails. I'll try and find your email address now. I think I've saved it on one of your videos, because I just watch it on the YouTube, on the telly,
right.
Amazon and all that. So I did subscribe on my phone to to your
No worries.
YouTube channel and that, and click likes and everything else. So I have done that, but I'm not the best. I'm over 50. Come on. we struggle, some of us oldies.
Well,
But,
we'll have to learn
it's been
something
great
new.
talking to you.
No, thank you
Pardon?
thank you. I said we all have to learn something new at some point. So,
We do, yeah.
but no, I
Yeah.
appreciate you calling in. It's been nice to chat with you. As I say, it sounds like you've got a bit of a fight on your hands, but I would most certainly do what you're doing at the moment, which is contact the IOPC. You've contacted the PCC. Definitely look into private prosecution, civil claim. You might be able to, again, kill two birds with one stone, so to speak, and maybe get some kind of an injunction to stop the protesters, which the police would then have to enforce that as it's a court order. And if they didn't, then it would be, a dereliction of their duty, and you'd have a much worse, or it would be much worse for them. But
Can I give a shout out for an email address if there's anybody there who can help me?
Fine, no problem.
Yeah. If there's anybody out there think that can help me on a serious with a serious problem, basically my email address is lawfulcitizen, as in one word, at hotmail.com. So lawfulcitizen, as in one word, at hotmail.com. I've done it for pretty much anybody who wants to contact me over this particular case.
No worries. Consider it done.
Thank you very much. Nice to talk to you, and you have a good evening.
Andrew, you take care.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Right, guys, I've got to turn that off for a moment. I haven't hung up. I've got to turn that off for a moment because my ears are getting very hot. I will come back and answer calls in just a few minutes. As for answering emails, people that email me, some emails that send me links or videos, I don't have the time to reply to everybody. So that's why I've got an automatic response set up on my email account. If I do read every email and every comment I ever get, I read, okay, which takes up a hell of a lot of time, trust me. But I cannot respond to all of them. If it's something that I can't help with and I'm up the wall because I'm doing videos, then yes, I might not respond to some of them. But generally, I will respond in most cases to people if they've got something that they want to ask me that I'm able to help with, or that requires a response. But yes, some emails will go without a reply simply because I just do not have the time, unless somebody wants to come and take up this seat next to me and be my PA and do all of that stuff for me, because at the moment I simply have not got the time to do all of that stuff. So my apologies. Hotmail Sigma. David, it would depend on what the content of the email was. As I say, if it was a link to something for me to have a look at, I haven't always got the time to simply reply to everybody, because I get about 70 links a day sent to me, and if I responded to everybody, I would never get my videos done. So I genuinely have to prioritize what I do throughout the day, and sometimes that means, unfortunately, not responding to some messages or emails, but I can assure you, every single message, every single email, every single comment on every single video is read. I assure you of that. A cheap camera. I remember that. I'm sure I responded to you. Do you check your spam emails? I remember that. That must have been at least a month ago, at least. David, do you watch Marty Blackborough's channel? They have demos thenes. I don't know how to pronounce that, but yes, I have been told I look like Andre Agassi before. Right, David. If you look at Marty's recent videos, and you see he has two videos now. He has his main camera and he also has his body cam. That body cam I sent him. Okay, it was my old one that I don't use anymore because I use Oblov. So I sent him a body cam. If you look at the quality of it, Marty's over the moon with it. That body cam you can pick up for 25 to 30 quid on eBay. Okay, and it comes with it comes with the straps and everything. You know, it comes with the clips and it comes with the straps, and it's literally 20. It's literally about 25 to 30 quid. And it's the body cam that I used in the incident when I went to Leeds with Barty and Current Climate and Herbert Longrod and some of the other Davey Human Rights. That's the same body cam that I used there. The name of it, oh God, I can't remember. Oh God, I can't remember now. Give Marty a comment. Ask Marty. Leave a comment in on his video and just say to him, Dan told me that your body cam he sent you, because Marty's got the box for it as well. You see, so Marty will be able to tell you what one it is. But off the top of my head, I genuinely cannot remember. But it's got Wi-Fi on it as well, and it takes pictures and video as well. It's genuinely pretty decent. But if you leave a comment on Marty's channel, and I'll just say to him, Dan said to ask you what the name of that body camera he sent you was, and it will be on the box. Did I ever sue the old Bill who fucked you over? I'm still in the process of it, believe it or not. Still in the process. I will let everybody know. I will update people as and when I have news that I can share on that. But that's something that's been ongoing. It's been getting dealt with in the background, but it's all a waiting game, unfortunately. So as soon as I can, I will let everybody know. I don't think they've had a falling out, Shiz. I don't think they've had a falling out as such. I spoke to Marty earlier. I do know that they've decided that they're not going to go out on audits together at the moment, because Live Free done a poll on his channel and asked people what they wanted him to do, whether they wanted him to go out all the time with them or whether they wanted to, a few times or not at all. And I think he's been given information, he's received his feedback rather from the poll, and I think that he is he's going in that direction of what the poll suggested him to do. But I don't think that I don't think that they're falling out as such. Google user, would you consider using a live streaming app when out so that the video you take can't be destroyed or deleted by the police? Yes, you can. Yeah, you can buy body cams with live feed Wi-Fi functionality, which can then put it to your phone. There are things that a lot of these body cams should have but don't have, which is a shame. There's a lot of things that they could do to improve the body cams and make it more safer. But they haven't done that, and it doesn't look like they're doing that anytime soon. But yes, I would use a live streaming app. But if you're going to do that, then you're going to need to use an old phone. I mean, I have two. I've got an old phone, and I've got the phone that I use for daily use. But my old phone, you can get what's it called? There's an app you can get, and you can live stream directly through it, and it will continue to live stream even if your screen is switched off on your phone. So if you get stopped by the police, for example, you can press your screensaver button on the side, or your hibernation button, whatever you want to call it. You press that, your phone goes dark, but it still records and it still uploads. So there are things that you can do, and I would recommend doing that as well, as and when you can. Oh, I've not seen that video. Oh, yeah, well, when I say an old phone, Sigma 44, I didn't mean that old. Smarty, £20 a month for unlimited internet is exactly what I use. I have there's the box for it, but it's in the kitchen. I've got a portable Wi-Fi, which I take with me when I go out, just in case something occurs, which unfortunately it never seems to for me. But yeah, £20 a month for unlimited internet on a Smarty SIM card, and I just pop it into my portable Wi-Fi, and I can, I've also got a power pack, so I could quite literally live stream for 24 hours from my mobile phone, because I've got the power pack to keep it powered, and I've got my Wi-Fi there, which just keeps pushing it to the internet, which is all good. Right. I thought there was a dog in here for a minute. I'm gonna need a few minutes, folks. I need to go for a shall we call it a toilet break? Try not to kill yourselves with the music. I know it's depressing, but it's all I've got at the moment. So unfortunately, you're gonna have to put up with it. Just press the mute button until you see me back on screen. And I shall be back. Update on the NHS app. Nothing's happened yet. If it did, or if it does, I will certainly let everybody know. But guys, as soon as you see the next screen, the Be Right Back screen, hit the mute button so the music doesn't depress you. And I will be back in literally just a few minutes, folks. Unbelievable. Do you lot not realise that unless I'm careful with the music that I put on, I'll get in trouble? Right, I'm going to open the lines again in just a second. Hello, Daisy. You come to say hello? I didn't, but I got a beer. Mind your feet. Mind your feet. Mind your feet. Come on in, quickly. Come on in. Hello. Hello, baby. Hello. No, stop. Give me your tail. It's annoying. Come. Ooh, hello. Hello. It's my Daisy. Hello, Daisy. What are you looking at? This one is 7.5 now, I think. Down you get. Your turn. And this one is 6.5. Although this one looks way older than the other one. Hello. Hello. Go on in. Off you go. Good girl. Will I be videoing any lockdown protests? I keep forgetting that Sunday is the day that most of them are happening. And I cannot, for love nor money, find a Facebook group about or a website about ones going on here in Liverpool. So I don't know when they're actually happening. So it's a bit of a nightmare trying to keep up with where they are and when they're occurring. So, but when I do find out, when I do have information that one is happening, then I do want to get down and get the videos on. So here we go again, guys. 01515289590. Skype is Dan Pat, same logo as you can see in the corner of this video. Give us a ring, share your story, whistle blow, talk crap, and call me names. Take your pick. There we go. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Hello, I need you to turn the sound down in the background, please.
Hello. Is
Hello, I need you to turn the sound down in the background, please.
in the background, yeah.
Hello, I need you to turn the sound down in the background, please. In the background,
Yeah, of course.
Sound. Only we get so
Hello?
much. Hello.
of course.
Sound.
Hiya.
I can it's still hear. I can still hear the sound in the background. It's very confusing.
Hiya.
It's still here. I can still hear the sound in the background.
Okay.
It's very confusing.
All right.
It's still here.
Hello.
Okay.
All right.
It's still here.
Hello.
I need you to mute it. I can't talk to you with the sound going on in the background. I need you to mute it. I can't talk to you.
Mute it. Sorry. How do I mute it?
I need you to mute it. I can't talk to you.
Mute it. Sorry. How?
Whatever you're watching it on, you need to turn the volume off. Hello? Can you hear me now? We'll try again. Hello.
Good evening.
How are you, Vicky?
I'm fine, thank you very much. How's you?
Good. I'm good, thank you. I am
Lindsay,
good.
what on earth have you been up to this week? You've been very, very quiet.
Busy. No, the last yesterday, even today, my head's been a little bit battered. Not because of not having my meds or anything. I've been taking them, but for some reason today specifically, I went out, took the dogs out for a walk earlier, and my head was all over the place. But other than that, I've just been busy doing, getting decorating done and sorting the place out and that. So, but my apologies if you've missed me.
No, I was just worried about you. That's all. Because we do worry about you when you've been like when you go all quiet and that because of we know what's going on with your meds and stuff and. You like I say, you have been very quiet, and that we thought you were maybe getting your end away or something. We were actually rooting for you, but if that's not the case, then
No. There's been no rooting.
oh, that came out wrong. Oh no! I've been getting into trouble all day. I was on Rob's live stream earlier on, and Diddy got me started, and I was getting into lots of trouble there, as you well know what she can be like.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
it got rather crude in a lot of places.
Dee Dee's absolutely disgusting when she gets going. Yeah, she just can't help herself.
The thing is, though, I get the blame. She does all the talking, and I get the blame for it. It's like, okay, I'm the pervert on YouTube now, so.
Well, I never used that word. Okay,
I do.
That's your description of yourself, not me.
Oh, come on now, Dan. We are ladies of the world. A lot of ladies of the world are like perverted because we like to use our imaginations a lot, unlike you boring men.
Yeah, I know. We're terrible. We are.
You certainly are. I'm glad you finished your decorating, though.
Oh, it's not done yet. The lounge is almost done.
It was almost done last week. What you've been doing?
Yeah, no. Well, I've had I had some assistants, and we were doing the hallway, the lounge, and the bathroom almost simultaneously. Therefore, when you've got something and you don't finish it first, and you start on something else, then there's bits you end up leaving, and you have to go back and sort it out. I mean, at the moment, the lounge, I'm literally putting the last bits up on the walls and stuff like that, and putting the pictures back up. Got to get some new curtains and whatnot, but I got a load of bedroom furniture which needed putting together as well, and
that's a pain in the arse, isn't it? Whenever you order something, say from Argos or anything, it comes in all these little bits, and you look at it and think, "Fucking hell, I need a degree to work this lot out."
Indeed.
Or the instructions are in Chinese, and you think, "Oh, bloody hell!"
Yeah, but we're men. We don't need instructions. And ask any man in the comments here whether we need instructions to put together an IKEA flat pack, for example, and they'll all say no, because we know what we're doing. We don't need instructions, and we don't need women to tell us how to do it.
But then afterwards, when you put it all together, you end up like there's like 4 loose screws on the floor, a couple of loose planks over the other side of the room, and you think, oh, it's finished, but you've got all these spare parts when there's not supposed to be any.
You do realise that all of those, they are actually spare parts. Those screws that have got no home, they're in case a screw gets damaged when you're putting it together, and those extra bits of wood are the same. They're just, it's just something to bulk it out with. They're not important.
Oh right, so you're supposed to use like the spare bits of wood as a hammer, are you?
That's it. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, what are you like? I actually saw like when you were doing your live stream last week after you got the screen of death and you were showing everybody what you've been doing. That you never have done the whole room but left like one little bit, and I'm looking for why on earth didn't you just finish that one little piece off? That is really annoying.
It was the reason is because I actually ran out of I was a roll short of wallpaper. Okay. So I had to go out and get another roll of wallpaper, which was not of the same batch. So when the batch numbers means that they could be slightly different colours, for example.
Of course, yeah. So that would be annoying, wouldn't it? If you put it up and it's the wrong colour.
So I had I think it was a batch 25, and all they had left was a batch 26. So I got batch 26 one, and I came back. But the problem is where it is above the window, I've got that plank of wood, which is where the window pole, the curtain pole screws into, and that is like what's it called?
Was that bit of wood another spare part, or was that like a genuine piece of
No,
furniture?
that was there already. But that's the liquid nail stuff, and that's against that's stuck to the wall with liquid nails, and there's no way I can get that off. So I've had to measure the size of the gap, and then cut out the middle bit where the pole's going, where the plank's going, and then I've got to make sure that I've lined it all up properly as well. And it was just a pain in the arse, and I just couldn't be bothered to do it one night, so I left it for a couple of days.
That's exactly why they call it No More Nails. It does its job. It does
Yeah.
its job too well, though, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. You end up pulling the wall off with it when you take it off.
Well, exactly. Well, I was going to call up to give you a bit of an update in regards to what's happening. I have got a lawyer fully involved now in getting my help that I need.
Okay, cool.
He said instead of taking the council on in regards to the tenancy, he's going to do it round the back door and do them for the fact they're neglecting my needs with the social care side of it. So he's going after them that way. That way he can get all the legal aid and everything else, and he can sort out my boiler, my tenancy and everything going through that way rather than doing it the other way round. So
okay, cool.
Hopefully it will get done. All I need to give him is some bank statements, and it's all go from there.
It's good to hear. Good to hear.
But it is, I just thought you guys might like to know what's happened. And I also spoke to the guys at UNN the other day, the Unity News Network.
Yeah,
I don't know if any of you guys watched and all that. And they heard what was going on, and quite a few people in the chat reached out to me and said, look, if you want our help to get central heating and that done, rather than wait for the council, we will provide money, we'll get you a boiler, we'll fit it all for you. And I'm like, it's very kind of you to say, but I'm not sure what the rules are with the council with that. I mean, do you know if they would have certain rules?
I'm pretty sure, providing it's installed by professional, and it's been signed off as installed properly, I'm pretty sure that you can change your boiler if it's knackered. I mean, you can wait for them to renew the boilers, but I'm pretty sure as long as it's similar or better, it's like with decorating, you're supposed to leave it the same, if not better, than it was when you got it.
The fact I haven't had central heating for 2.5 years, they are taking the chronic piss.
Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah. Nobody should be left without central heating, for example, especially this time of the year is ridiculous, and it is getting. I mean, it takes a lot for me to feel the cold. I mean, it's cold in here, and I'm sitting here in a t-shirt. Do you know what I mean? I rarely put the heating on, but even I can feel it now to the point where I have had to put the heating on some nights this week, and I get the piss taken out of me rotten because I get called a complete tight arse because I never put the heating on. I was always told by my old man, put another jumper on, and I'm like, but what if I'm still cold when I've got a jumper on? Put another jumper on. So because I grew up,
that's what I've been having to do. It's getting ridiculous.
Because I grew up like that. That's how I am now. I'm on my own. If I had people here, or if I had kids here, or whatever, it'd be different. I'd need to think of them. Yeah. But because I'm just thinking of myself, but you shouldn't have to go through that at all. You're a vulnerable person. Mm-hmm. You're classed as a vulnerable person. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but
I know you know.
And
situation.
And they should be dealing with that as a matter of urgency. And the fact that you've been left is disgusting. The fact that you've now got a brief that thinks that they can follow this forward, and they've actually said we're going to do it a different way so that we can get the legal aid for it, says to me that they're actually interested in helping you out.
Well,
which is a good thing.
He knows about my sexual assault at knife point as well, so he wants to get this done as quickly as possible and for less red tape as possible as well, because he doesn't want me stressing out too much about it.
Yeah.
And I think that's another reason why the guys at UNN sort of like private messaged me and said, look, we've had a lot of people ask if we can help and that, and I'm like, whoa, okay, I didn't call in for that reason. I called in to try and help others out there that are going through similar situation. They don't have to, worry too much. Keep on fighting for what you feel like you need and don't give up. I wasn't expecting all the love and support that I got from them. So
yeah, I didn't realise just how. I don't, I'm not one to blow smoke up people's asses, but I was surprised when I first started doing these, this channel, just among the very few wankers that are out there that just like to try and upset people for their own benefit, the amount of people that are so generous. I'm not talking about in money, but I'm talking about in their, in their time as well as everything else. They're just very generous people. And I've made a lot of friends on here. I talk to a lot of people on here who, who just amazes me how helpful people want to be, and how genuine people can be as well.
it is bless them because recently they've been demonetized by YouTube as well because of their coverage of the Trump election and things like that. And they're not that controversial. There are a lot more YouTube channels out there that get away with it.
Yeah.
And they've come down on them like a ton of bricks. And now they've lost their funding and that they're obviously finding other different ways of making money on different channels and that. But I just think it's bang out of order the way that they're going after people's channels and livelihoods when they've done really nothing wrong.
Absolutely. And there's people out there trying to help them as well. Do you know what I mean? As you know.
Well, yeah, this is what I'm saying. I wasn't expecting it, and to get if they wanted to do it like we are talking now over the internet, I would have been a little bit more wary of it. But the fact they messaged me privately without people knowing about it, that's real people for you, I think. Because they're doing it to help you, not to help themselves, Yeah,
of course. Yeah, absolutely.
And we need more people like that. I personally think we do anyway.
So I'm just trying to read some of these comments because I know there's people in here saying that it's horrible that you're having to go through this.
No, I don't have I don't have a carer, Richard. This is the whole point. I haven't had help from social services now for 2 years, and
Listen,
they think that's acceptable. It's
they
not.
Don't give a shit. We all know they don't give a shit. They only want to get involved in stuff, okay, that they think they're not going to get stitched up over.
They're going to get stitched up royally because it's not just social services, like it's the housing department, it's the old bill, it's going to be the MPs. All of them are going to get a kick up the arse from my legal team and other people because it is out of order and it's not on at all.
5 years ago, Vicky, I was meant to. I was in the doctors, and he called the council for me, and told them that I need support. Okay, it was about 5 years ago. Council contacted me back a couple of days later and said, right, we're going to sort you out an adult social worker. We're going to send somebody round to check on you, make sure you're okay, make sure all your needs are met, and if there's anything that we can do to help you, we'll do it. I had 2 visits.
That
2
takes
visits.
the piss, doesn't it?
That's it. 2 visits, and then they didn't call me, they didn't send me a letter, nothing. I will be in touch to arrange coming round and seeing you again. Okay, no problem. That was it. Never heard from him again.
Yeah, Angela was saying in the comments, I need to ask for safeguarding review. Well, that's what my lawyer's doing. I've asked them for it in person. My GP's asked for it. The rape counselling centre's asked for it. And a couple of other people have written to them, and they've blatantly ignored everybody. So if they ignore my legal team, then more for them, because they will get sued, and it will get even worse than it is now. And I shouldn't have had to go that far, but it's got to the point now where I'm getting so pissed off that I'm thinking, basically, screw you. I don't mean that to you, Dan. I mean,
No, I know.
The
Look,
system.
listen, people have got to follow up when people are not getting the service that they're supposed to be getting. Okay, which in some cases can be literally the difference between life and death. In some cases, okay, and they're not getting that service that they are required by law to be getting. People need to follow it up and not just go fuck it. Okay, just give up. Because the more people that just go, right, we'll just not bother, I'm not going to get anywhere with it, so I'll just give in. The more people that do that empowers these organisations to treat more and more people the same. So you're absolutely doing the right thing. And you've got to make sure you fight them, because otherwise they'll just carry on doing it, not just to you, but to other people, because they think they can get away with it.
True. Very true. Jinxa, I find that comment quite offensive, actually. I mean, I look after my working dog very well, and he gets fed better than I do, so I find that comment pretty offensive.
Jinxa,
I don't get offended very often, but that comment has offended me. I'm sorry.
Have you got dogs, Jinxa, or have you ever had dogs?
I'm sorry if I've started something, Dan, but that comment really got to me.
It's fine. Right, but have you got dogs, Jinxa?
Because my working dog saves my life every day. And when I was getting raped at knife point, when I was unconscious, he saved my life. So for you to turn around and say that, I get very insulted.
There's a lot of people, Jinxa, who, like in Vicky's case, is a working dog. There's a lot of people that will have seizures, for example, or they're deaf, and they need a dog in order to be able to let them know when someone's at the door, or whatever it might be. It doesn't mean that people can't look after themselves. That everybody at the moment is struggling specifically as well. At the more now than we were last year at this time. Okay, which makes it a lot harder for people. So it's not about people not being able to look after themselves, especially when people have serious medical conditions.
Well, even if that comment was to Pap, his dogs are supportive animals to him, so that's offensive even to him, yet alone to myself.
Right, it's not right. And let me just sorry, Vicky. Let me just, if that comment was to me,
he said it was to you. Yeah.
It's not about not being able to look after yourself. Okay, I've got EUPD. Okay, which doesn't mean that I'm invalided and I can't look after myself on a daily basis. It means that now and again, okay, I have especially bad days where I struggle. Okay. To the point where I don't want to be here anymore, but I also don't want to die. Okay, I don't want to be alone, but I also can't stand being around people. Okay, and these days can really, really drag you down to the point where you don't do anything. You just sit you sit in your same spot for all day long, or don't even get out of bed. And the only interaction that you have is the dogs. And for me, the dogs are the reason that I'm still here. Okay, if I didn't have the dogs, all right, then I wouldn't have, and I wouldn't have had a reason to get up in the morning to let them out. I wouldn't have had a reason to not call the ambulance when I've taken an overdose. Okay, because that's how mental health can affect you. And by having the dogs and knowing that if I wasn't here, the dogs could go somewhere where they might mistreat them, or they might end up not being able to be rehomed and get put down, is my motivation to keep going. Okay, so it's not about not being able to look after oneself. It's about the days that you struggle and having those dogs there, okay, to help me remind myself that there is a reason for me to be here.
To
Sorry.
answer Mike's comment in the chat, I've had 2 gas safety checks, and they've come round. They know my boiler's fucked, excuse my language, and I don't even have my gas on at the moment because they actually switched it off. So that they've just blatantly ignored the 2 gas safety checks they did on me. It's a complete piss take. So that's why I'm so angry at the council, that they're fully aware of what's going on, and it's all written down on their computers as well. Because the last time I went down the council, I actually asked to see what was on their system about me and the repairs, and she showed me everything. So it's all there in black and white, and they just basically stuck their fingers up and said, F you, basically. Which, I just hope my lawyer can get it done, sorted, and quickly.
Diz shiz we can do, but we have to go in pairs, remember.
Kingston Council would love that. My God. Yeah, we'd have to go down there in groups of 2, and there could be like 100 groups of 2 all round Kingston. It'd be like a roadblock. They'd love that.
Yes, I'm sure we can, but we need to wait and see what's happening. I think Vicky would need. I think you're going to need to see what your legal team. There's people saying that they want to help.
Of course, it's like.
The thing is, I think you need to know where you stand first of all. Have a word with your brief and ask your brief if if you got a new boiler put in, can you for example, can you get reimbursed because they're taking so long and you need one. Ask your brief these questions. If your brief turns around and says yes you can, okay, then let me know. Okay, I'll help you out as well. I'm sure there's other people that'll help you out. Even if it's a case of a loan, and then if the council reimburse you for the cost of it, people can be paid back, for example.
It wouldn't be if it'd be bloody when, wouldn't it?
We can work all that out. We can work all that out, but let's see what your brief has to say first of all.
Well, I'm going to be seeing him on Wednesday, so right. I will ask him all these questions, and I'll write all the comments down that people have sort of like put it towards him, and see what can be done. And it's just been one big head fuck, really. Yeah. That's why I sort of like came away from YouTube a bit after all that hassle that happened a little while ago, where I know you addressed it a little bit on your show last week, I believe it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think we spoke about it briefly, didn't we?
No, I didn't speak to you last week. I know at the start of your stream you were speaking about what went on, and about the guy that tried to take your channel down, and that with the DWP and all that.
Yeah.
I can safely say that that gentleman lied on the phone to Dan, and he continues to lie. He hasn't been on YouTube much, but a few people have come up to me and apologised for the situation. But he blatantly lied to you guys on the channel. He lied to Dan. He lied to me. He's lied to quite a few people.
Well, I'm ringing.
I'm gonna say that didn't come from my end. Bloody made me jump.
I've actually got all the proof that he lied. Have anyway. You? Yeah. I've been sent by some people. Not going to give any names, obviously, but I've been sent by some people recordings that prove that that he was talking out of his arse, basically. And I will be putting something together at some point just to prove a point. That I don't lie, and he was.
I got huge backlash from that as well, and it had nothing to do with me. I didn't say anything. It's just like him just fucking trying to get out of it, and blaming all other people for it, and it's not on. Especially when you go after somebody's livelihood and character, it was like a character assassination.
Yeah.
wasn't it, for you and for myself and other people that got dragged into it. And I'm sorry, but if you're going to, call up on somebody's live stream and spout a load of bullshit, basically, and then backtrack and deny it all, and then lie again, I'm sorry, but I'm not having it.
Yeah, no. As I say, I've got the evidence to prove that that I wasn't lying, and that he was. I've got no reason to lie. Do you know what I mean? I mean, if I lie, I've spent a year and a half, nearly 2 years, I think, putting this channel together. For me to lie,
You've actually worked hard.
and get caught out and lose all credibility, and all integrity, would be absolutely ridiculous. So yeah, I don't like being called a liar, and if I do ever get something wrong, then I always put my hands up to it and apologise for it. But we'll see what happens anyway.
The answer to Susan's comment is no, they haven't offered heaters, that they've offered nothing at all. So that's another reason why I'm really pissed off that they've done Sweet FA to help. I know the landlord is supposed to supply some kind of heating, but they've done nothing at all.
Right.
This is what my lawyer was saying, that they've broken my tenancy agreement in several places. So, but to get legal aid, you have to go round it in other directions to get the same result, if you get what I mean. So he's had to do it a rather sneaky way of doing it, but it's the only way you can do it on legal aid. Otherwise, I would have had to privately prosecute them, and that costs a lot of money, doesn't it, as you well know. With lawyers and things, they charge like £17 to send you out a letter, for goodness sake, let alone taking on all these different organisations. It would be one big headache. And also, hopefully, the rape centre can sort something out as well, because they're providing me with an advocate to deal with the mental health side of things. So I've got a lawyer to deal with the council side of things, and the rape centre is sending me somebody to deal with the other side of things, so that I won't get so stressed out, which would be good, because stress isn't good for me, because it triggers my epilepsy. So
stress isn't good for anybody.
No, I know.
Obviously, I'm not taking away the fact that you've got a condition where stress can trigger, and nobody should have to be faced with these stressful situations that could be fixed in a matter of hours, pretty much. You know what I mean? But for them to keep going on and putting you off is just absolutely ridiculous, Vic.
I am pretty sure as soon as they get the lawyer's letter, they'll be round here immediately.
Yeah. Well, let's hope they are.
Well, so do I, but it's just a piss take that a person in my situation has to go through with this just to get central heating and some care, which is basic needs. And
yeah,
if they're doing it to me, they're doing it to other people. And yet I have gone through the MP. He's ignored me too. So Ed Davey can basically kiss my ass, because I'm going for him as well. Well, you know me, Dan, I don't hold back with these kinds of things. And when a person really pisses me off and they blatantly ignore you, and I put it in emails, I've left in voicemails, I've written to him as well, all in special delivery, so it's all signed for. So you can't say that he hasn't got any of it.
Yeah.
I'd like to say he's going to wriggle out of this one. And I'm going to record him when I speak to him as well, which I'm going to do for all of these people from now on. Obviously not my lawyer, because he's on my side, but for all these other people that I'm talking about, the council here, not all of my friends, and I'm going to start recording you guys before you start, but all of these, the council and everything else, and the old bill, I'm going to record them all, because I've had enough of their bullshit.
Well, it's what we spoke about, was it last week or week before, when I said to you
I think it was
to
the week
record
before,
them?
wasn't it? Yeah, it was the week before.
That was a 2.5 hour conversation, wasn't it?
Of that massive live stream you did. I think it was a 5 hour live stream.
No, I mean, no. I mean, when we was on the phone, it was about 2.5 hours, wasn't it?
it was a 2.5 hour phone call afterwards, and you had been on like a 5 hour live stream as well. You killed me that night. And not in a perverted way, guys, before you start. It was just talking on the phone, like normal talking, no acts of any kind. Or
I'm sure nobody thought it was perverted until you brought it up.
I'm sure a few people would have had it on their mind, especially if Dee Dee's still in the room.
Brummy AVFC has said that they've emailed you. They've got an electric heater that you can have if you want it.
Oh, thank you, Brummy. It probably would come in handy. But I'm sure that the council can drop some over here, because I think somebody said that when you have like heaters and that they have to check them out or something. I don't know. It's part of the tenancy.
Yeah, they've got to be electric tested. But the problem is the council, I believe, are not under obligation to test any equipment that they've not put in.
I don't know how it works, because I don't want them to give. I don't want to give them any ammunition that can be used. You know.
Well, I've my stove here. My I don't want to call it a stove. My oven here is. This place didn't have an oven, so I brought my own oven in. And when they come to do the electricity checks and even the gas checks, although they sometimes look at it for me, they're not obliged to, because it's not something that was put in by the council. So that's
right.
something you need to think about. You might need to, and I don't think it costs a lot to get a qualified sparky to check it anyway. I think, not that that's, not that I'm saying that doesn't matter, because you shouldn't have to pay for it anyway, but I'm pretty sure it's quite reasonable to get it done. But
that they are going to have to come around here anyway. Unfortunately, I had a massive seizure and managed to pull my electrical socket off the wall. I don't know how the hell that happened, but I literally pulled the whole thing off the wall.
yeah.
So I must have like hulked out during a seizure and came to, and I thought, what the fuck did that happen? I was like, shit, the council's going to kill me.
Sorry, just 1 second, Vicky. Jinxer, let me. That comment's been removed by a moderator, but I'm just going to respond to you there. You say, but sometimes people have to help themselves. Plenty of people don't even have a roof over their heads. Do you know the reason why I've still got a roof over my head? Because of the dogs. Okay. However, there are a lot of people that don't have a roof over their head that have dogs. Okay, because we see them in the street begging and they've got their dogs with them. Okay, so that's a really shit argument, I've got to say. Say what you need to say, because you've got free speech, but just think about what you're saying before you say it, please.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I definitely agree with that, because like normally I don't get heated about people's comments, but when it's something like that, it really gets to me, because there are a lot of dogs out there that do save people's lives. And like for my dog, he gives me up to an hour's warning when I'm about to have a seizure, so it's really serious, his job. So for somebody to say a comment like that,
Yeah.
and like he did save my life when I was attacked, most definitely.
All right. Listen, Vicky, I'm obviously, I like talking to you, but I'm going to have to.
I know that. That's cool.
35 minutes this one. I didn't even realise till I just looked over. But feel free to drop us a text or whatever. But I've got to answer some more calls.
Of course you do.
Keep us updated.
I will keep you updated. And thanks, guys, in the chat for your help and support.
All right.
Much appreciated.
You look after yourself.
Take care, Dan.
Speak soon.
Speak soon. Bye-bye, Dan.
Bye. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Dee.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I got it right this time.
Can I just say, Jinxer, suck it. You have no idea what you're talking about, so please don't talk. If you can't say anything nice, there's no point in saying it. Vix is a lovely lady. She's been through hell. I'm sure nobody would sit there for all those years and let the council get away with it. So I don't see where the problem is there, that anybody could say that it's anything but disgusting.
Yeah, absolutely.
They've broke her tenancy in so many places, like she said, that she should definitely be, I would say she's got a case, but like I say, we talk, I'm not going to say anything that I haven't said, but somebody said in the chat exactly what I said to her. If you go to the council, don't threaten them with lawyers. Tell them you're going to the fucking paper. They don't like that. They do not like it.
No, however, just to point out, they genuinely or generally just think that it's a threat, an empty threat, which is why if you're going to tell somebody you're going to do something, you have to follow it through.
Yeah, but Vix will. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Hoping what our brief says on Wednesday. We'll see. But that poor woman puts up with a lot. I'm not going to say anything about it. You know about it, but it's not my place to talk for her. I just was kind of disgusted with the way some people in the chat were talking, as you saw. I am apologising because I missed a lot of the live tonight. I myself was helping a friend out who needed
Okay.
to chat. So I apologise that I missed it, but I was needed elsewhere.
It's absolutely fine. Just don't do it again.
So I can start with, I apologise for starting off in a bad way by saying that. So how are you?
Yes, I'm very well, thank you.
I did see the doggies. I've been sort of trying to watch with the volume down, and I did see my beautiful puppies. And I loved your video earlier. It was so funny. You having it. Yeah, I'll get the ball myself. I remember how that works. It's just brilliant watching you saying you're the one that's knackered and they're the one that's running about.
Oh, what, the video earlier?
Yeah, I thought that I was in stitches watching that. I thought that was good. Get the ball then. Get the ball. Fine, I'll get it. That's it.
Oh, yeah, she's... I have to wait until she's a bit tired out before I start recording, because she's got this habit of getting the ball and then running for your legs. And she doesn't stop. She doesn't stop. She drops the ball, but she keeps running. And she generally tries to take people out by the shins. So I have to wait until she's a little bit more tired out before I start videoing. Otherwise, I'll make a fool of myself on my arse.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have to admit on the dog side as well that they give me a reason to get up every day.
Yeah.
Like yourself. I have to, I mean, well, you know, I've got an old 10-year-old man, the black lab, but the 4.5-month-old puppy who's teething right now, so my arm is rather sore, but I've been finding teeth all week. It's been fun, and of course I've been travelling through all the back roads of Scotland that I can to break the COVID law and go and see my granddaughter, who is 2 weeks tomorrow. But big love to you guys. Thank you very much. Sorry, I've been, my head's up my backside. I've been busy doing a lot of things today. But yeah, it's something that I couldn't live without my dogs.
Yeah.
It's going to kill me when something happens to them. It really is. They give you the unconditional love that nobody else can. You know that they love you, and you don't have to. You don't have to question it. They're there for cuddles. They seem to know when you're down. My old man, he comes over and puts his head on my knee.
Yeah.
So,
these two run away from me. These two go, oh, fucking hell, not again.
No, he comes over and he'll put his head down on my knee and he'll look up at me and he's like, Mom. You know, he knows. But, oh, thank you, Vic. Yeah. We're not going to go there because you know what's going to happen if you're talking about needing love. We're not talking about this loofah again because we got that on Dan's chat last time and it was terrible. We're not going to go dirty tonight. I try not to.
So
How is your helmet?
Just give us a sec, Dee Dee. Andy, the channel is called Police Abusing Powers, and generally we talk about all sorts of things, not just police. Okay, we tend to deal with all public officials and sometimes non-public officials, depending on what the situation is. But these live streams, which when I first started them, I was aiming to have some structure to and have a subject matter for each one. The lockdown came into effect before I could start it, and it got to a point where people were feeling lonely. People were stuck at home, nowhere to go, nothing to do, nobody new to speak to. So what I decided to do was to open these live streams up for people simply to just come on and talk. Okay, there's a lot of people out there that don't have people to talk to, so we just talk about whatever anybody wants to talk about, whether they want to talk about police abusing powers, whether they want to talk about what they've been doing that day, whether they want to talk about something completely random. It makes no difference. This is a community, and that's what we're trying to build. And what I want people to do is to be able to come in here knowing that in these live streams, until we change the way that we run these live streams, but for the time being, I want people to be able to come here knowing that they can come here and talk about anything that they want without judgment. Whether that's just to make them feel better, or whatever it might be. So I just want to give a space at the moment for people to get stuff off their chest if they want to, or just talk to somebody and bend somebody's ear. So that's the reason why you'll find that these live streams aren't concentrated on the subject matter of the channel. So just
that's why it
explain.
says underneath you, talk crap.
Or abuse me.
I can do that for hours if you like, but no. No, it was also about the police up here again. I've been talking for a while when I go on, like all the auditors and that. Come up here. Liv Free did it once, and he'll tell you. Come up here and see how different the police are up here, because they are so much worse. They are so aggressive.
Well, you've actually got some of the legislation up there is actually, in some cases, worse than it is down here.
It is. That's why I was upset I couldn't get my PAP cards, because the laws are different. And they actually, it's so relaxed for the police up here, it's disgusting. They have a lot more powers up here than the police do in England.
Yeah. But not as much powers as the French have now got.
Yeah, exactly. You can still photograph them at the moment. But I can guarantee that wee Jimmy Cranky will get there and decide that that's another thing she has to do. Oh, honestly, man. I mean, I know I'm not supposed to talk about it in your channel, but just one between the eyes would be great. I cannot stand that woman.
No comment.
I just don't know why people are voting SNP. Really? Really? Just, God. I've got to live up here, man.
Listen, I think there's a lot of people that are going to change their stance on who they vote for
I really hope
the next
so.
one comes around.
So. But I've got a funny feeling it doesn't matter who you vote for now. I mean, with what's happened this year, that video, I don't know if I told you about that, but I got a video sent to me, and we were in a live the other night, Vix and I said, right, guys, I'm going to try and put this video up. You have to see it. It's about the Jaggy for it. And there's a lot of information in there about ingredients, trying to be as iffy as possible and hoping you're following along. So I said, I'm going to put it up on my channel now. I put it up on my channel. It wasn't even there 2 minutes, and it got taken down.
Madness.
And that's how bad it is. They do not want people. So because it's two women, and they've got the info, they've got the proof right there in front of you, and they're like, please share this. And everywhere you try and share it, it just keeps getting taken down. So I'm trying to share it as much as possible.
I just want to say, Scott, yes, I can see your message there, mate. Sorry, D.
Right.
I didn't know if I've no idea if that account was blocked or not. I certainly haven't blocked that account, but I can see the message from that account. So I don't know what's going on, but I can see your messages just to let you know. Right, go on, D. Sorry.
No, that's basically it. It's the fact that the amount of covering up that they're doing now is, like I think we talked about last time, we're going to end up having to run the taps to speak. I mean, the hate crime bill that they're trying to pass up here, we're screwed.
Yeah, you won't even be able to discuss things in your own house. Yeah, absolutely.
That Yusuf, what's his bloody name?
Hamza Yousaf. Yeah.
Hamza Yousaf. He hates white people. When he says the word white, if anybody goes and watches anything when he's talking, the first thing he spits when he says the word, he actually says white. And now he's putting in a law that I can't speak in my own house to somebody about something like this, because if they go out and do something about it, I'm going to jail, just because we were talking about it, having a conversation. So what? My house is going to be bugged next. By the way, that's why I don't have Alexa or Echo or any of that crap in my house.
Yeah, all of that.
I have a smart TV.
All of that stuff is constant. All of those personal assistant devices are constantly listening for learning, so they can learn and adapt to different things. So they're constantly listening. They're constantly recording what you're saying. Everything you say is recorded in order for them to learn through artificial intelligence. And so whatever you talk about, the police will eventually be able to get easy access to all of them logs and see what you've been saying.
Yeah, my kids think I'm nuts. I bought a big smart TV, and it only gets put onto the internet to get the software updates, and then I change the password so that it cannot connect to the internet.
Right.
And they're like, why is that? And I was like, well, I think it was Samsung or Sony that got caught, that they had actual cameras in the TV and they were listening to your conversations illegally, and they had to pay out millions because of it. And my kids are like, oh, you're just being paranoid. And I'm like, no, I'm not. This is happening.
Yeah, it is happening.
This is happening. That's why I don't like any smart stuff. By God, do not get a smart meter, by the way, anybody out there, because they do you for a sucker for that one as well, by the way. But no, it's people need to wake up to this, that this is happening. We're all getting ready for a real... They said they're calling it the Great Reset. They're going to try and take away cash. They're going to make a credit system where we're... Like I said, I've said in a few chats before, these days when I hear the crap that they're talking about, all that comes to mind, I'm showing my age, any Pink Floyd fans, is the wall in the video where they're walking one by one into the Mensa.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's all I see, is because that is what is happening. People are following so blindly that it's going to be over before they actually wake up and see what's happened. And it's happening now. I mean, I knew at some point it was going to happen. I actually expected it to be... I didn't expect it to be so soon.
What was that noise?
That's my... that's my texts going off.
Right,
yeah,
okay.
That's the Jason noise, the Friday 13th.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Sorry.
I thought someone was going to come through my door there and stab me.
Yeah, you're lucky it didn't ring because it's the Nightmare on Elm Street show. So I wonder why. But no, I mean, guys, really look into the thing that they're trying to say is ready in 9 months that usually takes 15 years.
Yeah, yeah.
The things we're not allowed to talk about on Dan's chat, that's why I'm being careful. Dan, I'm happy to send you that video through. I'll send you it through WhatsApp. Just, I don't know if you've seen it or not, so I'll send you it. But trying to share it as far as I can, and hopefully a lot of people see it. But it is something. Do not allow anybody to put anything like that in your system, because it's worse than you think. Put it that way.
Yeah, if that's the one, if that's the video you sent me on Facebook.
Did I send you one on Facebook?
I think I know which one you're talking about. It's talking about the ingredients in it, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
They prove what it is.
Yeah, I've seen that
By
one.
going into it. Yeah. And that is what I put it up on my my channel, and it came down within 2 minutes.
Right.
So.
Madness.
I think that's very important to be known what's going in to your own bloodstream. But unfortunately, and I know why, but unfortunately we can't talk about it in here. But yeah, guys, I know a lot of people think, oh, we're sitting with tinfoil hats on and crap like that. Definitely not. Not anymore. It's happening, whether you like it or not. Why do you think the first thing to go was all the small, independently owned businesses? So that it's all, so that it's all owned by the government, by the higher powers that's going to happen, and we're going to get credits. If you don't do as you're told, you're not going to get your credits, so you're not going to be able to eat that day or whatever. It's happening. It's going to happen. We're going to be controlled that way. They want to. That's why they want to go all cashless, so that then they can take over and say, right, well, you're not going to get this week if you don't do as you're told.
Yeah.
It's really happening, and it's disgusting. So, sorry for bringing your channel down, but
that's all right.
No,
right. Someone had to, didn't they?
Nikki, how dare you, Mike Myers? Friday the 13th was Jason. No. I'm disgusted now.
Michael Myers was Halloween, wasn't it?
Yes. And that sound there was from Friday the 13th. But, no. So, love to you. Love to the dogs. I'll let somebody else come on. But, yeah, that video, try and spread it as much as we can.
Righty-ho.
Because it's scary. Okay?
Right. Well, you look after yourself.
Yeah, you too, hon.
Say hello to the wee one for us if you get to see.
To go and get more cuddles. So
No
I'll
worries.
give her lots of cuddles for you as well.
No problem.
And have you been to bits?
Sorry?
Have you been to bits?
No, I've got enough till after the weekend, so okay. I'm all right. All good.
Okay, right. Love to everybody, and thank you for listening to my inane drivel. But
no worries. You look after yourself.
You too. Bye.
Speak soon. Bye. Bye. Scott, I can still see the account. I can still see that message, mate. The reason if you've put other messages, the reason I'm not responding, it's difficult to keep interrupting somebody I'm talking to in order to reply to a comment. So, but yeah, I can see. I can see your message there, my friend. Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I there. How you doing? So my name is Abdul. I'm watching your channel.
Okay.
And I'd like to say I'm a big fan.
Okay.
Of your channel. So I was wondering, where do you get one of them teddy bears from?
Where do I get them from?
Yes.
Well, some of them. This one, and I believe these two were gifts from subscribers, and this one, if you're watching, the second biggest one, and these two were brought off of eBay.
Oh, eBay. Okay.
Yeah. Just
so,
get.
What about?
Sorry.
What about your policeman helmet?
The helmet. This one I got off of eBay as well.
eBay. So how much on eBay?
This one, I think, was about £26. I think it was.
£26. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, it
Because
wasn't not a lot. It's one that's not used anymore. Like a discontinued one. But yeah, it's
brand new second hand
second hand, second hand.
or second hand. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I doubt very much I'd find a brand new one that that I'd pay the kind of money that they probably want.
Okay.
It's just a prop in the background. I'm not going to pay silly amounts of money for it. It was just I think about 26 quid, and it just sits there, and it just helps because it's part of the channel. It reflects what the channel's about in a way. So
Okay. Okay. Yes. So yes. Okay.
is there anything else?
Also, yes. There's a big hot dog.
How big's my hot dog?
Yeah.
Why would you want to know how big my hot dog is? You hungry? Oh well. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello, Dan, you alright, mate?
I am. Who's this?
It's Jason. JCH, you'll know me as.
Hello there. How you doing?
Alright, fella. How are you?
I'm not so bad, thank you.
Good. Just wanted to say that, love your channel, by the way, fella. Love
Much
it.
appreciated, thank you.
No worries. I work nights, like I told you before, and it's the first channel that I always come home and watch at 4:30 in the fucking morning.
Glad to hear it.
Fucking get in there. Yeah, no, I've started sending you money.
Okay.
I don't know if you've realised, but yeah, I have. You sent me details and everything, so I've set up everything to send it to you every week, and it gets there every week. Oh, excuse me. So yes, mate. So I hope it helps.
Much appreciated. I've said this to everybody, and I'll say it again. Any support that the channel gets doesn't go on me. Although people say to me, buy yourself a drink, I'm not a big drinker. This is I did buy some beers last night because I was in a bit of a shitty mood, but this is probably the first beers I've had for God knows how long. But yeah, everything literally goes on stuff for the channel, whether it's a piece of software or some equipment to use or something like that. And but yeah, nice. I appreciate it. It's very generous and thank you.
No worries. When am I going to get my name at the bottom of the Patreon list?
I will stick that on. What you'll have to do is you'll have to just send me an email.
Yeah.
I can't. Was it done through the bank or was it done through?
Yes.
It was.
Yes, it was. Yes.
Right. Okay.
I don't do Patreon or PayPal. I think like that. I don't believe in it.
Let me just double check something.
Yeah, it's all right. No worries.
Just bear with me. I do remember seeing it, I'm sure. But if I just confirm with you, and then I will I'll put you on the notepad now, and so it will go on there. So
yeah, no worries, mate. I just think it's great what you do. I think it's brilliant. I know it takes a lot of your time. I understand that. I mean, I don't have the time I have the time to do what you do. No way. I mean, I work, so I mean, it's brilliant.
It was Friday you done it, wasn't it?
I've done it for the last 3 Fridays, yes.
Right. So 27th. Let me go back and make sure. Yeah. I've got you. Yeah. So nice I'm going to add you on there now.
Oh, bless.
Just so I don't forget. So I'm going to put you on the list now. I've got to put you in alphabetical order. So J, G, H, J, K, L. So you'll go in between Holly and Lynn.
Nice. not a bad place it sounds like. Let's be fair. Come on.
Right, you are now added on there, and you will be on. You will be thanked on the upcoming videos. So much appreciated.
No worries, mate. You keep doing what you're doing. Keep yourself right, because if you're not right, you can't do this for us. That's what it comes down to, Dan. You've got to be right for yourself, and you know it.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, obviously, mate. You take care now, fella. Thank you
you
very
too.
much, bud. Good to
No,
speak
mate,
to you.
thank you.
All right, bud. See you soon.
Take
Bye-bye.
care. Bye now. Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Hello?
Hello.
Dan,
It is. Who's this?
I rang you last week.
Okay. What was your name? Just so I can try and remember.
I don't get that out.
Oh right.
It's
Okay.
Paul.
Oh,
It's Paul.
Paul. Okay.
What I want to know is what you've got, I haven't got. These young ladies bringing you up.
I think it's the accent. I think they just want to hear the accent. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, two lovely ladies, Vicky and Dee Dee.
Yeah.
I wish they would bring me up.
There you go, Vic and Dee Dee. There you go.
But they're lovely girls.
They are indeed.
And if Grandma's still listening, well done, love.
If there was an Olympic sport for talking, they'd both win joint first.
You know, I have to talk to you about getting a high quote from the council to come and clean the house and do the garden.
Say that again, sorry.
You know, I rang you last week about the council.
Yeah.
Charged me about 650 quid.
That's yeah.
And clean the house.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Yeah. Got a phone call Monday or Tuesday. Oh, it's gone to the panel. You can have it for free. Is there sort of con going on where they try to get the money out of you first, and when you say no?
This is one of the things I always think and I know this is slightly different. Well, it's a lot different, but when you see somebody at a shop offering a discount on something, okay, and they're still making money on it, I immediately think to myself, oh my God, how much money was you ripping off? First of all, if you can still sell it for that much money and still earn a profit. And it's the same with things like the government when they turn around and they say it's going to cost X amount of money. You know full well it's not going to cost that much money. 90% of that is probably profit, and it's an absolute rip-off. I mean, up here with the council can put you on to a company that will come and clear stuff away for like a tenner, and it's got nothing to do with it. It's got nothing to do with the council, but this company will come round and you pay them a tenner and they'll get rid of your cooker and your sofa, for example. So when somebody turns around and starts quoting ridiculous amounts of money like that, I think it is genuinely a rip-off to see who's just going to pay it, and a lot of people will.
Yeah, and I reckon they would. I think there was 100% markup on it.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all. Well, it's not going to cost them anything anyway. The only cost it might have, and the council pretty much owns them anyway, is taking stuff to the waste depot. Do you know what I mean? The rest of it, the people are working already anyway, and they're getting paid already anyway, so it's not going to cost them any more. So it is literally, as you say, 100% markup.
Don't worry, when the bloke comes tomorrow who'll give me the estimate, I'll be having a go at him tomorrow. Also, last week, the phone call after me said the bloke said I was a bit pissed.
Oh, I don't recall that, but go on.
Yeah. I haven't had a drink in 18 years. It's just the way I talk.
Everybody sounds different anyway, don't they? Do you know what I mean? At the end of the day, even if you did have a drink, it wouldn't make any difference as long as you're polite and respectful. That's all that matters.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll let you get on, and love to Vicky and Dee Dee.
No worries. You look after yourself.
And you look after yourself. And dogs.
The dog,
most wonderful thing.
They
but
are.
I won't have one. I need one, but I won't have one.
It's like having a newborn baby all over again. And I'm sure you've been there, done that. I don't want it anymore.
I couldn't cope with them dying.
Yeah. Oh, it's. I'm not looking forward to it.
Yeah. I had a cockatiel, and it was bad enough when that went.
Yeah. I remember the first pet that we had when I was growing up that died, and I was gutted. I mean, I'm a bit more hardened to things like that now, but these two, because they're mine and all mine, so to speak, and they are literally my family, these two. I know that when that time comes, it's going to rip me apart. But I know, at least I know that I've given them a better life than they were having, because they was in a pound at the time. So.
Anyway, thanks for the natter. I'm a very lonely person.
No worries. Well, listen, I've told you before, if you see the screen with the phone number on, everyone's welcome to phone up and chat, regardless of what it's about.
I would rather have Vicky's or Dee Dee.
Well, I might stick Vicky's number up on here next week.
Okay then, Dan. You take care.
You too. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Hello.
Hello, Dan.
Hello there. I'm all right. How are you?
I'm all right, thanks. I'm not doing too bad. It's Dan Smith here again.
I reckon you've got a distinctive voice.
Yeah, it seems everybody liked the voice on the chat last week. It's kind of weird.
It's the only reason you phoned back, isn't it?
It's more attraction from the ladies. It's a weird thing, this, because a lot of people have said to me before that I've got an interesting voice and I should do voiceovers on radio and this, that, and the other. Maybe I should. I've done a couple for friends' telephone systems and stuff like that, but I've never really kind of got stuck in. Maybe I should. Anyway, I sent you an email, and I don't know whether this is a good time or not. I don't want to. The last thing I want to do is take your channel supporters away and have them look at another video. So maybe what I'll do is I'll post the link at the end of the show tonight. But wondered if you'd like the little heads up on how I managed to get my MP sacked for fiddling his expenses.
Yeah, well, we said we was going to talk about this, didn't we? But before you do, can I just need to say something to somebody in the comments. Nikki Jackson, thank you, very much appreciated. All support is obviously greatly appreciated, and you're very kind. Thank you. Sorry, just.
I'm also going to thank Nikki Johnson. She says I remember that voice, very Bond-like.
Oh yeah, I can see that now. Yeah.
There you go, fun and games. So let me run through the story, and then this is probably about my greatest achievement. I think I can probably chalk this up as one of my finest accomplishments. So back in 2010, and there is part of me that is kind of a bit reluctant to tell this story, because if folks look hard enough, they can find my real name and all the rest of it. So I'm not looking for doxing or anything, but I hope everybody would take this in the manner in which it was intended. So back in, it was actually 2009, I was living down in Bracknell in Berkshire. And our local MP, a guy called Andrew Mackay, was married to a woman called Julie Kirkbride, and they were both MPs, and they were both claiming each other's houses as their second homes. So They essentially, where you're supposed to have one second home paid for, they were basically getting both houses paid for. So the crux of it was this guy had lifted about £170,000 out of the purse that he shouldn't have done, Now, at the time, I mean, it was a typical Tory scumbag in that he'd been in there 20 odd years. He'd never lived in the constituency. Most constituents said they never saw him, never heard anything from him, didn't get any help from him when they wanted it, normal kind of routine. But when this happened, obviously, he shat himself. So because everybody was understandably pretty pissed about it. So what he did was he organised. In fact, I've got the washing machine on, so I'm going to stick that on pause so it didn't get disturbed. So what he decided to hold a little meeting in the constituency. And he hired a local church that held about 700 people, and made it a ticket-only event. So you could only turn up if you were a constituent and a taxpayer, and you had a ticket.
Right.
So I thought to myself, well, I have one of them, so I got a ticket, and I turned up with my little video camera. Now, in the car park of the church was BBC, Sky News, and Channel 4 News, and they'd been barred entry because they didn't have a ticket, and it was a ticket-only private event. So I walked up to the door with my video camera,
Right.
and the local Conservative Association stood at the door and tried to stop me coming in and said, "No, you can't come in with a camera. No, can't have any of that." And at that point, all the BBC and Channel 4 news cameras kind of appeared over my shoulder with microphones appearing underneath me, and they were recording them refusing me going in with the camera.
Right.
Obviously, when the Conservative Association saw them doing this, they crapped themselves and kind of went in, had a little conflab for two, back out and said, "Yes, you can come in with your camera."
Yeah.
Not thinking. So I positioned myself in the middle, right at the top. And in he came, and he got the local vicar to be the kind of chair of the meeting so that nobody got too rowdy, and he gave a 10-15 minute bleating apology about how he'd not done it intentionally and that it was just a misinterpretation of the rules and all the normal bullshit. So I recorded the whole thing, from the middle of the upper tier of this church auditorium. I recorded the whole thing, and to be fair, the whole meeting was against him. People were shouting that he was a thief and a scumbag and he should quit and this, that, and the other. Anyway, so I went through that. It was about an hour and a half long. Did all that. Came out of the church, and he was then stood in the car park with all the TV cameras facing him, and basically saying, well, I overall there were some people that were upset, but I'd say 70 or 80% of the audience were behind me, and only maybe 10 or 20% against me,
Right.
which was absolute bollocks. Everybody was shouting him down, and even a bloke during that interview interrupted him and said, "I think you're misrepresenting the nature of the meeting there, Mr. Mackay." He had to try and defend himself. But here's what I did, and this was my little fait accompli. I went over to BBC, Channel 4 and Sky News and basically played them off against each other for a copy of my footage, because I had an hour and a half of HD on a hard disk, connectable with HDMI recording of him being absolutely berated, right? So on the live TV, and these were all satellite vans that were doing live TV hookups. So while he's giving his interview to the press and saying that everybody was behind me, there at the same time they're playing my footage in a little square behind him where everybody's shouting "thief" and "scumbag" and all the rest. And the result was the following morning, David Cameron told him he had no choice but to resign. Now the fun thing that I got out of this was I sold the footage to Channel 4. I actually sold it to, I think, Sky TV and Channel 4 between them, and I made $2.5 grand. So the following election, there was another election coming up in 2010, and he suggested that he might stand for election, which absolutely appalled me. I mean, how the bloke thought he could get away with that, I never know. So it was kind of stupid. So I started a little campaign called Goodbye Mackay, and basically tried to put him on the spot, and I took 500 quid of the $2.5 grand and stuck my name down in the election and stood in the election against him under the Scrap Members Allowances Party, and had a bit of fun that way. So I managed to make sure that he didn't turn up at the count, and he didn't show his face anywhere that he wasn't welcome. I only got 60 votes. I didn't do any campaigning, I didn't do any leafleting, none of that. But I still managed to get 60 votes and got my deposit taken off me. But it didn't really matter because it kind of paid for itself, So, but it was quite good fun to feel that I'd added the little bit on the news that meant that David Cameron told him the following morning he had to quit, and then he quit. That was it. He was off, and done deal. But the little video that I'd like to share with your audience, because I've only had a couple of hundred hits on it, and really this deserves so much more, because the slimy little git wouldn't talk to us and spent 12 months avoiding us, even though he was saying to the mainstream media that I'm happy to meet with constituents and discuss their concerns.
Yeah.
He absolutely point blank refused to engage with us at all, and I was very polite and reasonable about it. So in the end, he kind of pushed his luck a bit too far. So me and a bunch of friends and a couple of members of the local press ambushed him one night. He had a meeting at a Conservative Association thing in a little village hall in the constituency. So we hung about and waited for the meeting to finish. And as he left the building, we had two people block off the door so he couldn't run back in the building.
Right.
And then I'd managed to get hold of one of those big charity checks, you know, those big ones you get for like children in need or whatever. And I changed it to Bank of Mackay, and I made it out to the British taxpayer for £170,000, and then basically asked him if he'd like to sign the cheque as he walked back to his car. So if folks want to see the video, and I'll post the link at the end of your show tonight. I don't want to take your viewers away, but when I post the link at the end of the night, the YouTube channel is called Goodbye Mackay, Mackay, all one word.
Well, sorry, just because you're unable to post links in the live stream comments. You can.
Oh, you mentioned post it in the comments.
You can post it in the comment underneath.
Yeah.
And what I'll do is I'll pin it, and I'll put a little comment underneath just to explain to people why there's a link to it, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure. No problem. But folks can go and have a look if they want, and they'll enjoy it. The video they're looking for is the one that's called Time to Say Goodbye. I think you'll thoroughly enjoy the fun and games we had with that.
No, I look forward to it.
Enjoy. So that's the little story. Managed to get my MP sacked. Happy days.
Nice work.
Thieving little scumbag. And I'll leave your callers to call in with more stories, but I'll
before you do,
fun for them.
Before you go, can there's a lot of people asking you to say stuff in the comments. So could you just do us a favour? Could you just do us a favour and just say coming up after Pat reports, we have the entire history on the toaster. Just say that.
Coming up after the Pat reports, we have the entire history of the toaster. Something like that.
Yeah, no, that'll do. That's fine. I'm not gonna. Don't worry, I'm not gonna cut it out and start using it for stuff. I just wanted to find something really boring that you could say, because everybody's in the comments talking about how they're falling asleep listening to your voice.
Oh, I do apologise if it's boring, folks. Sorry.
I'm sure they don't mean it that way.
Let's hope not. Anyway, cool. Bless you, Dan. Good on you for the show. Always good fun to watch. And I'll catch you another time. We've got plenty more stories to share with you.
Yeah, you take it easy.
You too. Take care.
Now. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Right. Oh, I've got to take a break again. My ears are roasting. And I think the dogs need to go for a pee as well, because they're pestering me. Yeah, it's definitely one of those really distinctive voices. I mean, I don't think I'd forget that voice for a while. But you know, I'm terrible with names. but the accent and the sound of that voice there is one that you wouldn't forget in a hurry. Please, no music. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll turn the music off. I'm going to pop you over to the Be Right Back screen just to let the dogs out very quickly. And then I will be back. Graham, you take it easy, my friend. Thanks for jumping on. Andy, I'm not sure. I'll probably be here for about another half hour, maybe an hour. I'm not entirely sure yet. But I need to go let the doggies out. And I will be right back. So don't go anywhere. And we're back. Oh, some people really have to bring this home down, don't they? Right, so let's get the calls back on. Your kettle's boiling. Well, 1 sugar and full fat milk for me, please. Obviously, full fat milk. Why is that not working? That was why. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Oh.
Mum, I've told you to stop phoning me up when I'm busy. Goodness me. Go and find something to do with Dad. Crikey. Well, I've got to say, I think that when people have to do things like that, I think you've reached, a level in what you do, which is quite hard to achieve for a lot of people. Yeah, I think that might have been somebody thanking me for what I do. Yeah, I think you might be right there, Roger. Oh, they don't wait. They don't hang about, the dogs. They don't like the cold out there. So they go out, do their business, back in. Oh, here we go. Hello, good evening and welcome. Hello.
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 Oh, hello. It's Joshua here.
Hello, Joshua. How are you?
Buckle. Can you hear me?
I can indeed. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm doing okay. Yeah, it's been a very interesting live stream tonight, hasn't it, with all the calls that's come through. So, yeah, it's been a quite good live stream, if you do agree with me with that.
Nice range of calls, yeah, absolutely. It's nice, different calls. I think it's one of the reasons why I like doing this at the moment, the way that I do, because it's not, people aren't confined to a particular subject, and and I think it makes it more interesting, not knowing what's coming next. So yeah, it's been a good one.
Yeah, especially when one about how he sacked his MP by actually trying to go to the Conservative meetings as well, and running against him as well, which is actually quite interesting as well. That's probably
Indeed.
one way how to sack an MP, isn't it? So
Yeah.
that was quite interesting in itself as well. Yeah.
Well, he's going to put the link to the video in the comments once the video's rendered itself after the live stream, because if we put them in the live stream comments, it gets lost. So we'll put them in the actual comments underneath the video once it's rendered properly. So you'll be able to go and check that video out anyway. So as well rather. So.
Yeah, I'm sure that everybody will be able to watch that live stream, and I'm sure it will be very, very good watch to, very good video to watch as well. Yeah, thank you for everybody that was concerned about my tiredness anyway. But yeah, I think it's a very, very caring community on here, and people do care for each other as well. Even the small things, like if you mention you're tired, people still care for you, which is quite nice, isn't it? So,
indeed,
I'm sure it should be okay.
I try. I mean, it's one of the things I try and do is I try and keep it. It's a community at the end of the day, and I want people to feel that they can come to the community without fear of being ridiculed, without fear of being set upon by people. I do. I've got issues myself, and the community have been absolutely fantastic with me. So, Brian PC, thank you, much appreciated, very kind of you. And Joshua as well, to you as well, by the way, because I think I received a PayPal from you a couple of days ago, I think.
Yeah, I still do like to donate to your channel to actually try and keep it going, and with your good content as well. So I do like to, donate from time to time as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for that, because I remember it popped up on my phone, and during the week it's difficult to get in touch to people directly to thank them. So as I remembered, you get your thank you.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I think obviously it's quite important to think before you say, because I think one of the callers was quite offended by a comment about their dogs, I believe. I think dogs are amazing animals. And even if you don't have a dog of yourself, I think you should be careful about what you say about dogs, because it can be quite an emotive subject, as I have gathered. So.
Like this one that's just popped up on screen. Hello, Daisy. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I mean, I always said to myself, I grew up with so many animals you would not believe. At one point we had 13 cats, 2 dogs, 2 ducks, 30 odd chickens, God knows how many rabbits, God knows how many guinea pigs, and an aviary with about 500 birds in. And I always said to myself as I grew up, I am never ever having a pet, because all of my clothes when I was younger, going out age, were covered in bloody fur, and it was a nightmare. But you know what? I would absolutely be lost without these two. And especially when you get one as a companion, not just as a pet, but when you get a dog as a companion, it really, they really become part of the family. And they can help in so many ways. It's amazing.
I think dogs can be also a good mental health booster as well for many people across the country. I think dogs are amazing animals. They help people with epilepsy. They help people with autism. They help people with all sorts of different conditions as well. But definitely. I think one of the things that you have to remember is you do not judge a book by its cover. There's always a reason why someone does something.
Yeah.
So I think do not judge a book by its cover. Life is tough enough already, so
indeed,
judging people will make it even worse.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree with you. Totally.
Because even parents that look after children, fear that they get judged by other people. I think it was a survey by the Royal Foundation as well, about, parents fear that they're going to get judged by other people. So I think you need to, try and support each other, especially during coronavirus.
Absolutely. I'm totally with you, 100% with you there, Joshua. People do, and it's that voice in your head, the one that you can't switch off, that gives you this idea that you're being judged all the time. Whether you are or not is another matter, but that voice in your head that makes you think you're being judged by people, it can be a highly problematic thing to deal with. And when people say things without thinking, and I know it can happen, I do it myself sometimes, but when people just generally go around saying things without taking a minute to think about what they're saying first, it can be, it can be at its worst, it can be a dangerous thing to do. But yeah, I'm with you 100% with what you just said there. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, thinking before you say, that is quite important. Even I make mistakes of, I might say something that may offend someone sometimes. We're not perfect, but like you've said before, in your live streams, you always need to admit to your mistakes and to correct your mistakes as well, which is very, very important as well.
Of course. I mean, for me personally, I won't apologise for things that I say. In general, if I get something wrong, I'll apologise for it. But just because of what I do and because of who I am, if I say something, I say it because at the time I mean it. If that upsets somebody, I won't apologise per se for upsetting somebody because they didn't agree with me. But if I say something that is potentially, what's the word? Or if I say something that is blatantly wrong, that's upset somebody, then I'll apologise for that because it was wrong. Or if I say something that is wrong because the information was wrong, and obviously the last thing I want to do is lie to people, so I'll always put my hands up and admit if I've said something where the facts were wrong. But for me personally, and I'm not knocking anybody, and I hope I'm not trying to get people to dislike me, but if I say something like in my PAT reports, for example, I say it because I genuinely believe that opinion at the time, and I can't apologise for my opinions. But if my opinions are wrong, then I'll apologise for that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. Changing the subject a bit, I believe I did send a letter to my local MP actually about ending the lockdown, but I think he just ignored my letter. He did reply to it, but I think it's just a standard boxed reply, really,
copy
about
and
what
paste.
the government's doing.
Yeah.
Just a standard box reply about what the government's doing. I believe vitamin D is good for fighting coronavirus because of the immune system, if I'm correct.
But they say vitamin D, they say heat as well. So, I mean, if everybody...
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think that would be so much better than, these lockdowns, which is devastating the economy. I think that, that should be promoted instead. But
indeed,
sometimes MPs can be, useless. Sometimes they do reply, but just a standard box reply about what the government's doing,
Yeah,
you know what I mean, don't you? So
yeah, of course, yeah.
nothing acknowledging your opinion.
Yeah, it's all copy and paste. I think there's somebody at the government that sends out something to the councils, or there's a legal advisor at the council that will say, this is what you reply if somebody asks that question. Or if somebody mentions that word, just give them that bullshit answer. And it's just a copy and paste into an email. And I think that's what most of the councils and MPs and things like that do, unfortunately. Which is a pain in the arse, considering they work for us and they should be accountable to us. So
Yeah, I do completely agree. I believe I've got the email actually on my phone. Let me try and find it.
Just while you're doing that, Joshua, I just want to say, Dafter69, you don't need to use Skype to call me. You can call me off a normal phone using the phone number that's on the screen. If you want to call me on Skype, then you can do. You can either use the phone number or my Skype name. But if you just want to call me and you haven't used Skype before, you don't have to use it. You can just phone up on a normal phone and use that number that's on the screen. Sorry, Joshua.
Yeah, basically it just said, thank you for your recent letter regarding restrictions. They just talked about for NHS test and trace. I think they mentioned nothing about, I put in the letter, I believe, about vitamin D, but they never, acknowledged my opinion of maybe vitamin D to be promoted. They just said what the government is promoting.
Yeah,
it's easy. About 7 billion for NHS test and trace, and then for our number, they never mentioned about, me promoting,
they've got
promoting vitamin D.
They've got to. All of the government agencies, whether it's a local government or the main government, have got to keep the same narrative, so to speak. Now, that means that they've all got to be on the same page and give the same responses. It's like, talk about the police.
Which is not a good thing, giving the same responses. That's quite bad, really, isn't it?
Of course, it's bad for us. It's not bad for them. Okay, and it's if you think about the police, for example, the police will deal with things in different ways. Different police and different forces will deal with situations in slightly different ways. And we'll just use auditors as an example. If you have an auditor go to a police station in a metropolitan area, you may get stopped, searched under terrorism, blah blah blah. If you go to a police station in a quieter area that they're all a bit more laid back, for example, and they come out, go, "What you doing?" "Oh right, okay, no problem. You're allowed to do that. Just don't go onto the private property, and see you later." And they deal with things differently. When it comes to things like councils and governments and things like that, the narrative is all the same. And I think that there is, as I say, there's somebody that will say, look, it's easier rather than to respond to people individually, because we haven't got to face these people. We do it through email, so we can say what the fuck we want, So all they do is they all have like a set response for certain things. They don't need to read your email. All they've got to do is scan it for keywords. If it says coronavirus or COVID in there, they can pretty much give a standard response to every single email, and all that's going to do is just regurgitate what the government are saying. And they've got to do that, because if they go against the government, which is never going to happen, but if they go against the government, then they're going to get penalised by the government, and they don't want that to happen. So they have to have the same responses, so to speak. It's like parents. If one parent says one thing and the other parent says something else to a child, it's going to be confusing for the child, and the parents look like they don't know what they're doing. So if they have the same response to certain situations, then it just makes it a lot easier for the people that are governing us, so to speak.
And unfortunately, that type of behaviour, I think, rubs off to the people, isn't it? Standard box response, follow the sheep, and with all this censorship as well. I think people just I don't know. They don't really realise what's happening until it's finally too late. You know what I mean? Like that. Like one previous caller says, I think people will leave it too late until they finally woken up to reality. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, it's it makes it very easy, as you say, for the similar kind of reaction to rub off onto the public. And I think in one of my reports tomorrow, I think it is, I'll be talking about how about how we as the people have now, because the police don't seem to give a toss about certain crimes, for example, the people have now got to the point where they're unlikely to help the police. And it's almost like a mirror or a reflective situation where you're just simply behaving in the same way that they're behaving, if that makes sense. So when the police turn around and go, "Oh yeah, we can't be asked checking into this crime because we'll give you a crime reference number, claim it off your insurance, and then eventually people just go, oh well, sod you then. I'm not going to help you if you need my help. And I think it just, as you say, it rubs off on other people when authority organisations or figures treat you in a certain way.
Yes, I think it's just follow the sheep mentality, isn't it? And that's some of the huge problems as well. I also heard that the counter-terrorism chief, I think this is against freedom of speech. I think it's none of their business, but they want new laws to censor anti-vaxxers. How is counter-terrorism is to, fight proper. The counter-terrorism chief should be actually fighting proper terrorism, not censoring anti-vaxxers. That's a bit absurd. I thought they should be protecting the public from dangerous terrorists like ISIS and others, not to censor anti-vaxxers. Yeah, so the counter-terrorism chief wants new laws to censor anti-vaxxers.
Well, they've already started that, haven't they? We've now got Google.
How has that got to do with terrorism? It's got nothing to do with terrorism.
Well, I'll get to that in just a second. But what we've already seen, and I noticed it on the channel a few weeks ago, is a Google moderator team or something. Somebody from Google removed a comment that somebody left in the comments. The government have already spoken to Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Google, and all the rest of them, and said that we need to stop the spread of false information. Now the problem is, most of the information is subjective. Okay, and the reason it's subjective, even the medical evidence that's being produced and shown to the public, it's still subjective because there is an awful lot of medical experts that are saying that the medical advice is wrong. So there's no consensus, which means it's subjective, which means there is no right and there is no wrong at the moment because nobody's come to a conclusion on that. But to censor people's opinions is absolutely diabolical, especially when there is no consensus about what we should be doing and what is actually happening. It's different. My light is on. If I press my button, it's now off. There's no grey area. Do you know what I mean? It is either on or it's off. With this whole vaccine and coronavirus malarkey, it's still in between. Nobody knows. Nobody's got a definite right answer or wrong answer because everybody's still arguing. All of the medical professionals are still arguing about the situation and the vaccine and everything else. So until there is a set and a agreed narrative, shall we say, then they shouldn't be censoring people's opinions.
Yeah, they should. Yeah, I think censoring people's opinions is definitely wrong unless it's direct harassment, like in the previous situation about the caller's dog. I believe that was direct harassment, but apart from that, it should never be censored. And what I'm trying to say at the end of the day is, if that's your opinion, that's your opinion, but it's got nothing to do with counter-terrorism, to be honest. And even in universities, the quarter of students fear universities' cancel culture. So the quarter of students do fear universities' cancel culture, being reported by the Daily Mail if it's true or not. So even students are feeling the effect of being censored by universities and being cancelled, basically.
Yeah. Let me just go back to what you were saying about the counter-terrorism chief. Now, terrorism, and I wanted to make sure that I used the right words here. So, terrorism is basically classed as an unlawful use of force or violence against persons or property to intimidate or coerce a government or its citizens to further certain political or social objectives. Now, there are large groups of people that are coming together in order to try and force change on the government. Okay, I wouldn't say to intimidate, yes, there are some people that are always going to go out there to try and intimidate people into to doing what they want. But, you know, the majority of the protests, for example, and the majority of, you know, these discussions and things like that is not about intimidation. It's about trying to get people to think for themselves. But the key point here is to intimidate or coerce government or citizens to further certain political or social objectives. And that, I think, is why the counter-terrorism chief is getting involved and talking about it, because that is ultimately the bracket you could put around the protesters, if that makes sense. It's a very broad one. I'm not saying that completely identifies what protesters are, you know, specifically about the coronavirus, etc. But it's unfortunately, because of the language that's used in the law, it's always open to interpretation. So I think literally what they've done is they've got somebody under the counter-terrorism to turn around and say, look, all of these people that are coming together as a group, okay, could be used to undermine the government, okay, and could be used to intimidate the public for a social objective or a political objective, which would be defined as terrorism. But I think the reason that they're doing it that way is to frighten people, to say, look, you could be classed as a terrorist, and nobody wants to be classed as a terrorist, for God's sake. And I think it's an indirect threat to people, to make people think I could be classed as a terrorist if I go to a march, for example. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. Yeah, I think the government are using fear tactics, aren't they? With
definitely
coronavirus, I think they are. They have employed behavioural experts, I believe, to change people's behaviour during the coronavirus. So that's one way to install fear onto the people as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think every vaccine should be, you know, tested rigorously, you know, before it gets handed to the public. I think every vaccine should be tested rigorously. You know, I know many vaccines back in the past have saved lives, such as smallpox and polio, but we do not need this coronavirus vaccine to be rushed. I think it should be tested efficiently.
Oh, of course, there's nothing there that would mean that we have to bypass any kind of testing to get it out rushed. There's nothing there that says or that the evidence is that we need it to be rushed. You know, yes, there are people that are dying. I've said this before. I don't deny that. I think you know where I stand on that situation. There are people dying. There are always going to be people that die from a new strain of anything, okay, because their immune system might be shot to pieces, or they might have an underlying health problem. And it's unfortunate. It is unfortunate, and I wouldn't want anybody in my family to die from anything. Do you know what I mean? But such is the way life plays out, unfortunately. So as horrible as it is, it's going to happen. But the simple fact is, there is not enough people, from the information that I've found and I've reported on and that I read up on, there's not enough information to say that there are more people dying from COVID than anything else at the moment. But yet everything else is put on hold for a virus that's said to be like the 24th worst killer, which is pretty low down the list considering. Do you know what I mean? So to rush it out is absolutely ridiculous.
I think people should have a choice if they want a vaccine or not. I think people should have a choice if they, you know, want to be vaccinated or not, to be frankly honest. And
they're going to give us the choice. They'll give us the choice. Do you want to be vaccinated? Yes, you do. Brilliant. Okay, you can go. You can carry on life as normal. No, you don't. Okay, well, we're going to have to quarantine you from everybody else, and you can't do anything.
Is that dictating people what to do, though?
Of course it is. It's coercing. It's coercive.
Yeah, it does seem like that, doesn't it? But I think you have to use common sense and a bit of thinking power. But sometimes people can just blindly follow the government, if you know what I mean. Just blindly, go with the flow, which is not always the best thing, but that obviously happens.
Listen, there's a lot of politicians that go into politics because they want to make things better for people. But once they're in and they realise that, the power that they've got and how much money they can make and all the rest of it, then they forget about everybody else and they don't give a shit about us anymore. I think should be lower for fair salaries, but there you go. Of course, absolutely. If there's a job like that, okay, which is specifically to help people, that's what they're for. The politicians, the MPs, they are elected to be our voice. Okay, if they'd done that and they weren't paid for it, okay, for example, then we know that they'd be doing it for the right reasons. But now, because of what do they make? They make something like £81,000 a year or something ridiculous like that. Okay, and they do it for the money. I don't want to lose this wage anymore, so I've got to make sure that, although I make sure that I look like I'm doing the right thing for the constituents now and again, generally I've got to go with the flow and follow the narrative. Otherwise, I'm going to lose this cushy income. You know what I mean? And that's unfortunately how it turns out in a lot of jobs. Even the police, the higher up they get, the more money they get, the less they don't want to lose that job. So they'll do anything they can, even if it means lying.
I think even a Tory MP, even a Tory, reading from articles, I think a Tory MP also blasted a disgraceful and un-British police, after they arrested people as well. I think the MP was Charles Walker. He was really, really annoyed about this elderly person just peacefully protesting on her own. So, you know what I mean? I think you should never be arrested for just protesting on your own, you know what I mean? Or with a very small number of people. So I'll be talking
about him tomorrow, in one of the reports tomorrow. I've already got about that in information ready to go out tomorrow. But I will say at the moment, he is jumping on the bandwagon and saying that the police shouldn't be treating her like that. But where is he and where was he when everybody else is being mistreated? Why is it that he's only jumping on this one? Why hasn't he been standing up and shouting from the rooftops about the other mistreatments that people have had? To me, there's an underlying reason.
That is a good point, actually. People don't always think of that. Yeah.
If you're the sort of person that wants to stand up for people's rights, because that's what he said, we are not communist China, is what he said. Okay, well, why is it you're saying that about a woman who's been arrested, which should never have happened the way it was, but yet he's been quiet on so many other things? If you strongly believe in something, you don't just wait for a particular situation that makes you look good. You argue and fight for every situation of injustice.
Yeah, I completely agree with you with that. I think he only mentioned it once in Parliament.
Yeah.
So.
Madness.
Yeah.
Madness.
Yeah, I think the world is pretty mad at the moment because with politics you get the left wing who likes to censor everybody, and got the right wing as well, and the extreme right wing, if you know what I mean. Yeah, it's a madness world. Extreme left wing trying to censor people, and then the extreme right wing hate groups as well. So it's a mad world, isn't it?
It is, unfortunately. But the problem is it's never going to change. It will always be that way. But it seems that the government want to try and change it. But it won't ever happen. It's not something you can change because people have their own minds, and all you're going to do by restricting people and trying to get people to think the same way and act the same way, all you're going to do is push things underground, and it's going to get a lot worse. You have to allow people to be able to have their freedoms to do what they want to do, providing they're not causing harm, loss, or damage to another person. And once you start restricting that, which is exactly what they've been doing, it's going to push things underground, and it's going to make things 10 times worse.
I think we need to learn to live with the virus, because we can't keep on having lockdowns, and social distancing if it's not going to get rid of a virus. I think we need to live with it. I think we never will be able to get rid of a virus, even with a vaccine, because the flu is still here.
Of course.
Isn't it? The flu is around every year, you know, and the coronavirus will be probably around every year as well.
Yeah, and
with a different strain.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
we need to learn to live with it.
100%, completely. 100%.
It's never going to go away. I think they're betting on a vaccine, but I think the vaccine is only 70% effective.
It's not going to work. There's absolutely there's no way on Earth, no way in universe that they have come up with a vaccine for COVID-19, which is a completely brand new strain of a virus that they've never been able to vaccinate against before. Absolutely not going to happen, especially in the amount of time that they say that they've come up with one. At best, it will make the symptoms slightly milder. At best, but you're never, ever going to get rid of a virus like a flu virus. It's never going to happen.
It could come in different strains.
Yeah.
Because there's been different strains of a SARS virus. There's been different strains, so you're never going to get rid of it.
Exactly.
Even with a vaccine, it's only 70% effective, and it could mutate and stuff like that. So I think we need to learn to live with it, to be honest, eventually.
Exactly. Right, Joshua, I do apologise. We've been talking for over half an hour now. And as much as I enjoy talking to people, I do want to try and get some more calls on before I wrap this up for the night. But as normal, it's been very nice talking to you. So thank you very much for your call.
All right, thank you very much. I think in this live stream, freedom of speech is accepted apart from direct harassment and bullying. Apart from that, freedom of speech is good. So,
Well, we try and keep it. We try and be pretty reasonable about it all. As when it comes to harassment, if somebody won't leave somebody alone, and they're having a go at them, then we'll get rid of them. If somebody calls somebody an arsehole, I have to let things like that go initially. But if they keep doing it, then it will become a direct attack on somebody. At which point I have to take action against. But
I agree. Yeah.
Right. Okay. I've got another call coming through, Joshua. So thanks again, and I'll speak to you again soon, my friend.
All right. Thank you very much. Speak to you later.
Take care.
Bye.
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 Hello, Dafter69. Hello. Hello.
Hello. I'm glad you could take the call. This is new to me, so
no worries.
I'm too sure.
So how are you?
I'm fine. I think I've got a bit of a delay going on because it's like I've got some sort of feedback coming in my headphones and. I've set it up wrong. Basically.
Do you still have the video that you're watching? Do you still have the sound on that video?
I do have the sound on the video.
Right,
yes.
Just press mute on the video.
I've done. I've pressed mute on the video.
Because what happens is although I'll be talking to you here, you'll be waiting for a reply on the video. And that causes an issue. There's always going to be a slight delay, but if you just talk to me on the phone and forget about the video that's playing at the moment, and it will come through okay on the video. But
brilliant.
It will confuse you.
That's a normal telephone conversation.
That's it.
As opposed to a live stream.
That's it.
Right. Now I get the concept. I'll try and not concentrate so much on the chat room and the video. It's ironic that one of your last callers ended on the subject of harassment.
Right. Okay.
On the bit, but before I want to get onto my personal issues and what I want a little bit of help with, if I can get it from somewhere, just on an information basis, I would actually like to thank first everybody in that chat. Your chat room is absolutely brilliant. You know, from DD's conspiracies that are not wacky and out there, but as proved in what's happening, to actually what's happening in real life with down to do, you know, with I've only, what people need to understand is this is my first night tuning into your stream.
Okay, well, welcome.
I've never come here before, so even as a first-time streamer, I've managed to get online, which is to me kind of amazing in the first place. Just to be accepted in such a way, this I just don't understand how accepting your followers can be, but on so many diverse different subjects.
Well,
but the last one.
The thing is, Dafter, sorry to interrupt you there, but the thing is the community on the channel is so important to me. So we try and engage with as many people as possible, and there's people in the community that when they start to be engaged with, they then start to engage with other people, and I think that it spreads. Yes, we get some knobheads. Unfortunately, we're never going to stop that, but the majority of people that come into these live streams are genuinely nice people, always willing to try and help where they can, and they're always willing to chat to people. It is really, really nice community, and I try and build the channel around the community rather than a community around the channel.
Well, a lot of what I'm experiencing at the moment is to do with similar community style. I wanted to build a community on Twitter, of friends, family, associates, a lot like people do on Facebook, if you like.
Yeah.
So you can share, have opinions, get mad, get upset with friends and stuff like you do. But like you probably experienced here, you maybe have just alluded to it, with trolls and things like that try and you've had a few tonight with some Asian accent. That's the analog trolls, isn't it? Not the digital ones. Them are the ones that try and do it in real life. But I happen to be friends with what's regarded as Britain's worst troll on Twitter, called Old Auburn.
Okay.
And many years ago, about 7 years ago, that's where all my trouble started. So that's where I'm kind of feeding in what's being talked about tonight with what I am currently experiencing. I have to be careful, which is why I'm being quite slow in my speech, because I've got to be conscious of what I'm actually putting out, because
I think I saw a comment from you saying that there's ongoing investigations at the moment.
Because there is an ongoing investigation, and I have been arrested pending further investigations.
Okay.
And I do not want to in any way jeopardize or
of course, yeah,
or get done for further harassment towards the people involved.
Yeah.
On them same regards, all it takes is for people to do a simple search of my name, even the username I'm using tonight. They will find me on Twitter. I am not anonymous. So it's very, very hard to dox me, because my whole life is out there as an open book.
Yeah.
I've been a bad boy. I've tried to turn the tables. I've grown up. I'm an older man now. I've got a family. Things have moved on. But my history is my history. I can't hide from that.
No, of course.
I have no intentions of ever doing so. But people, like trolls, like to try and use that history against you in a way to kind of ruin any future development in career that you might have. say in media, like you're doing now, for instance, live streaming. With me, I happen to be radio presenting.
Okay.
Yeah, and because of what happened with me, a lot of my associates in the radio station that I work for got death threats over the phone
Right.
from various anonymous people. Obviously, they're not going to say they are. I have been arrested because I wanted a blog post removed because of a certain online troll.
Right.
And I can't name the troll, I can't name the blog post for obvious reasons. But in that arrest, this is my main issue where I need help from people that might be more experienced in these fields. I was arrested Friday the 13th, Humberside Police.
Horrible police force they are.
Well, they came to my house, they arrested me. My wife is, well, she's not my wife, she's just my partner. I've been with her for 32 years. Same partner, 4 kids. Now, you know, we've only ever had each other, so we don't know any difference.
So she may as well be your wife.
Basically, yes. So I got arrested, taken down to the cells. When I was arrested, I was told, we just need a word with you, Mr. Duckworth and stuff, but we have to arrest you on the basis that we need to take certain devices from your property, which is my PC, which is why I'm such a low quality at the moment with laptops and things I'm trying to struggle with.
No worries.
And my mobile phone, which also connects to silly things that's not important to a lot of other people, but to me, a Fitbit that keeps a check on my heart rate, having already suffered heart attacks, is kind of important on a daily basis. It's just one of them comfort things that you live by. That's the mental side of it.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the actual arrest, I was told it was just going to be for a few hours, just to fill up a few details that they needed, but they could need to hold on to my devices. So yeah, I went along with the arrest, went down to the police officers, absolutely brilliant. I can't knock them for actually doing the job. They've had a report, they've carried out this report, you know, and they've gone on whatever allegations have been made.
Yeah.
And when I get to the police station, I've had 2 allegations of harassment made against me for tweets that I've made against a person that I'm blocked from, he's blocked from. So he's obviously gone out of his way to be offended by anything I've said on Twitter, and claiming that it's harassment towards him because I constantly keep asking for a blog post removing, claiming that I'm a paedophile.
Okay.
And associating me with the radio station that I worked at, which is why all them presenters that I worked with got threats.
Right.
And it's taken 7 years of constant reports and stuff for this to actually come to light, that I've been getting death threats over all these years, and so have my work colleagues, because of this one blog post, this one man made, that has now had me arrested for harassment.
Okay.
Because I want this blog post removed, because basically I regard it as ruining the career that I could have had.
Just a quick question for you. Have you thought about, so if somebody's defaming you online, being, you know, libelous, making comments that you are something that you're not without proof, that itself is a criminal offence. But if the police are failing to follow that up, then have you thought maybe about a private prosecution?
People in my position aren't really. I live in a rented house and things like that. We don't have household insurance to pay for things like libel prosecutions and things like that. You know, I live wage to wage.
Okay. Okay.
Some months I'm lucky if it lasts through. It's not a brilliant paid job. It's only a warehouse type job. You know what I mean? I'm lucky not to be one of the unfortunate ones having to rely on benefits at the moment.
Yeah. No, I fully understand.
So there's, I can't. It's hard. Even if I could afford it, I don't see why I should be taking libel cases just to, just to ask somebody to simply remove one blog post that's causing me offence and actually causing me disruption within the actual real life situation, rather than just being an online troll thing where you slag each other off.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, if you see my Twitter account, I am a gobby little shite. I do argue back, and there's no, I don't hold back on my words, right? I'm trying very hard to tonight, simply because it's respect, because it's not my stream. I don't want to be using foul language. I don't want to be using terminology that I would generally use.
Okay.
This isn't my usual forte. I've never rung a call-in show or anything like this before. I've never even used Skype before. I'm a virgin to a lot of things tonight.
No worries. Well, as I say, I mean, Skype.
But I don't know. I have never. When I got arrested, I didn't seek. I didn't seek help from so-called solicitors that you're allowed to have and all these things like that. I just decided that, when it came, I actually didn't speak anything during an interview for the first 15 to 20 minutes through all the questions, until one officer made it clear that he'd looked into all the past reports that I'd made and the person that had made against me to do with harassment cases, and that he's read up on them. Only then would I answer questions to the officer within the interview room, because I knew then he'd have a basic understanding that this didn't go just back 2 years as I was being accused of at the time. It went back 7 years, a lot longer.
Right.
And this person does have an agenda. I'm not allowed to tell that agenda at the moment because of what it is.
Yeah, no, I get that. That's fine.
That's part of the further investigations. I just do not want to put myself into trouble for. But I am allowed to talk. I am allowed to talk about what is happening to me personally.
Okay.
I think I am legally. I just don't know.
Sorry, say that last bit again. I missed that.
As far as I'm aware, I am allowed to talk about myself personally, as far as the case is going, because I haven't been released under any bail conditions to sort of no longer use the internet.
Yeah, I think it's just mentioning other people would potentially be the problem.
Right. So I am okay talking about what I am personally going through.
It's difficult to say. I've got to be honest with you. It's difficult to say. In some cases, you could say something that could be deemed by the powers that be as something that could jeopardise the case, if that makes sense. And they can choose. They can pick and choose anything they want and say, "Oh, shouldn't have said that because that could jeopardise it," even if it doesn't really. Does that make sense? It is a very difficult situation to be in.
It is. Well, I mean, they release all these. They give you this form of things to do with reminding you of the laws of harassment and things, and then they'll release you from custody.
Yeah.
Not under any bail conditions whatsoever. You're not under any bail. You're just released pending further investigations with all this list of things that could potentially break the law. Now, as far as I'm concerned, that list of things is just a scare tactic, because as far as I'm concerned, them laws apply to any person all the time, not just me because I've just been released. They're just kind of reminding me of them laws because that's particularly what I've been accused of.
Right.
When it comes to harassment and things like that. If we were on video call, I'd actually be show you where. But when it comes to the actual withholding of my devices, this is where it becomes difficult for me.
Okay.
Because it's been 16 days now. My mobile phone keeps a track on my health as well as a lot of other things, all my contacts. Even though I'm working, there are a lot of what we call with my PC being taken as well. We have like conference calls at the moment because we can't have office meetings. Plus, there's other things like the universal credits and stuff like that. Because even though you're working, you're still signed up to when you get furlough. Because of the furlough.
Yeah.
You still and even online banking. These are all just silly little things that you kind of don't want to set up onto a load of other devices.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, some online banking won't let you set up on another device because it's already set up on another device.
Yeah, but my online banking, if I actually I got a new SIM and my old phone, so I have a new number because they've got my phone.
Yeah.
I tried to set up the TSB online banking, and it wanted me to then verify that through my email, which is on the PC that they've got.
Yeah.
So on the new laptop on the different laptop that I'm using, I don't really want to start setting up these different accounts on different devices all over to have it spread. And it feels like some sort of, I'm no digital expert, but it just feels a bit security risk to me to start spreading my security bank details, universal credit details, all these through a load of different. I prefer to keep it to just the two devices that I've always kept it to, and blocked from everything else. And like I said, the phone keeps an eye on my health. It keeps other things in progress. So when it comes to 2 weeks down the line, things start playing on your head. I don't want to go into my mental health issues. Their extent, as people have probably worked out in the chat room already, I'm a bit wacky. I don't call myself dafter for nothing.
Well, when I was arrested, I was arrested for trying to get some footage for a website template. I refused to identify myself because I was on public pavement, wasn't doing anything wrong. I was in full view of everybody and everything, including the cameras at the back of the police station. But even though I told them what I was doing, I refused to identify myself because I had no legal obligation to. Then they lied and said that I was causing alarm, harassment and distress to coppers, who are filmed much of the time these days. So I got arrested under Section 50. They took my phone from me. They had it for I think a couple of months. I think they had it for. But I explained to them. I emailed the copper that was dealing with the case and said, listen, that is my lifeline. I suffer from mental health. If I need to contact the crisis team or if I need to contact somebody or phone up about my medication.
Yeah, you do get it then.
Oh, cool. Absolutely. Yeah, I've been there. Yeah, of course.
You do know that there's certain numbers in there that you just hold down a number 2.
Yeah. But they don't. The problem is they don't care. They don't care. They took my phone because they said they needed to investigate what I had done. When in fact, Section 50 of the Police Reform Act doesn't require an investigation of any kind. It doesn't even require an interview. But they kept me in the cells for 3 or 4 hours, saying that they were going to keep me there for an interview. They kept my phone for about 2 months afterwards, even though I told them it was my lifeline. And when I got it back, they hadn't even looked at it. It was done as a tactic to cause me inconvenience, and that was it. Nothing else. But they don't care, unfortunately. I fully get what you're saying and why you need your device. Obviously you're not going into detail about any mental health issues there, but it's a problem. And for the police to take stuff from you simply to cause you an inconvenience is very dangerous.
So basically, I just need to log it all, don't I? And just make it known on paper of my daily feelings as though it was a daily journal.
Do you know what I would do? Do you know what I would do? I'd go and see your doctor and explain to your doctor what's happened. Okay. Now, from what it sounds like, it's causing you some distress. It's I'm not going to put words into your mouth, but it seems like it's causing you some distress. It seems like you're having some maybe some depressive episodes where you're feeling really down, and it's affecting your mental health. That your phone, that is your lifeline, has been taken from you. When you feel that there was no need for it to be taken.
The anxiety.
Yeah. Well,
the anxiety I can't handle.
The doctor will note that down. Okay. The doctor will note that down on your records that you've spoken to them about that. Okay. And then you can go to them and civil disobedience just put in the as Juicy Gossips just put in the comments there. Civil disobedience used the Police Property Act in order to get his device back. Now, the police are only supposed to keep your devices for as least time as possible. Okay, so they are supposed to take your stuff, get to it as quickly as possible, get the information they want as quickly as possible, and get it returned to you as quickly as possible. However, they forget that. They forget that that's what they're supposed to do. So they simply take it and they go, "Oh, sod it. We'll just we'll get to it when we get to it."
Thanks lots for that, because I'll remind them of that.
But they are supposed to do it in a timely manner. You are not supposed to be deprived of your goods for any longer than is reasonably necessary. But under the Police Property Act, there you can apply to a court to have a court turn around and say, well, hang on a minute, you've had it for this long, you should have looked at it by now. Get it looked at straight away and then get it back to him as quickly as possible.
Yeah, either charge me or give it me back.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. I will go down that line. Before I end, and I really do want to thank you, because tonight has been brilliant for me. It's actually been a real eye opener. Not just here, but in the chat room as well.
No worries.
I'd like to go back just to a little bit ago when you said something about being arrested when you yourself got arrested.
Yes.
When people are protesting at the moment and they start shoving the Magna Carta and all this Bill of Rights and stuff speech in the police face and stuff like that, the police already know all this lot. They know the common law. And what the people that are protesting seem to forget is they're not actually shouting out the act, the protest act. They're shouting out just where it is, as though they want the police to go off and do some research, but this is real life when they're actually in a protest. So doing that in the face isn't going to do much on that regards.
No, I agree. Just turning around and saying to somebody...
When it comes to the police enacting their... Yeah. When it comes to police enacting their regulations as a law, because they are just regulations, because regulations are able to be changed at 6 o'clock every night, every 24 hours. Laws aren't. They have to go through Parliament and courts and things like that. Regulations can be changed all the time. When they try and enact their regulations as a law, and the police will turn around and ask you your name, if you refuse to give your name, that is, in effect, is an arrestable offence.
Yeah.
You give your name and prove who you are, and you're carrying out a peaceful, not even if it's a peaceful protest or a right to petition.
Yeah.
A right to petition a right to petition will give you more rights than
a right to protest. Yeah, absolutely. Agree with you there.
So if you say that you're there as a right to petition Parliament based on the regulations they've imposed, there's nothing the police can do as long as you've given your name and your details of who you are in person. Because if you withhold your name and details of who you are in person, the police can then suspect you for anything they want to arrest you.
Well, this is a conversation
I
I had with.
just wanted to make that little fact clear earlier when you said that when you withheld your name.
Yeah,
you
well,
might
this
have been
conversation.
arrested.
It's a conversation that I had with Daddy Dragon when I was on a live stream with what's his name?
Graham.
Active
Graham.
Patriot. Yeah,
Graham.
that's it. Well, I had a conversation with him about this exactly what you're saying there, and I said to him the same thing as I'm about to say to you, and that is that when the police ask you your name, if they're asking for it under a specific, for example, under the Coronavirus Act, for example, you don't have to give it because you only have to give it if they're issuing you with a fixed penalty notice.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, right. Now, yeah.
So if they're going to issue, if they just stop you and say I want to know your details because I want to find out who you are, that is a stop an account. Under a stop an account, you have no obligation whatsoever to even stick around. You can walk away, and under the government rules and the police's rules, they are not allowed to use you walking away as reason to then stop you and search you. They have to still have a reasonable suspicion that you've done something that is breaking the law. So under a stop an account, which is just stopping you and asking for your details or where you've been and where you're going, you do not even have to stick around. You can turn around and walk away and they can't do fuck all about it. Now, with regards to the Coronavirus Act, it becomes an offence if you fail to give your details in order to evade a fixed penalty notice.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. That actually clears it. It fits into place in my mind. I'm glad you really cleared that up because that's one of the things that was getting to me when I'm watching all these protests take place and people getting arrested left, right, and centre.
See, even if you give your details, if the police are stopping you at a protest or a petition, even if you give your details, they're stopping you because they want to escalate it. That's the only reason they're stopping you. They're not stopping you just to find out who you are and then send you on your way with a pat on the bum. They're stopping you because they want to escalate something and they want to try and find a reason to arrest you. So whether you give your details or not, you're still going to get pulled over and issued with some kind of lambasting from the police. You can, by all means, give your details when they ask you. I personally, and I'm not telling everybody that they shouldn't, but from my point of view, I wouldn't. Okay, it depends on the person themselves, because some people haven't got the strength of will, shall we say, to be defiant, in that kind of a situation. But if you do give your details, it doesn't matter in that respect because they're still going to try and do something with you anyway. That's the only reason they're asking for your details.
You can always tick the box that takes it to court and fight in court instead.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. So you're better off trying. If you are going to use any sort of common law in your right, you're better off using it, being judged by your peers, so to speak, rather than the police.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you go to court over a COVID fine anyway, it's going to go to a magistrate's court, unfortunately, and a magistrate is probably going to side with, in most cases, the police, because that's what they're there for. The magistrate's court are what I call the gatekeepers, and they are where everybody goes to a magistrate's court in 99% of cases before it even goes to a Crown Court anyway. And the reason for that is because they want to try and, if they don't have to go to a Crown Court and they can deal with somebody with a fine, then they'll do that. And if you're there because of a fine, the chances are, in most cases, they'll say to you, no, the fine's valid, you've got to pay it. We still need to find a way of getting it into a higher court in order to put your case across, because when you're dealing with three bench judges or magistrates who are literally only there for one reason, and that's to make money, or pass the most serious cases to Crown Court, you're going to get stitched up almost all of the time.
I almost feel like I've been there a few times. Listen, thank you for tonight. Thank you for everything.
No worries.
I'll leave it there, and I hope I didn't bore everybody in the chat, especially with diverting into something else. I just needed to get something off my chest, and you've really helped that. So thank you very much, and thank you everybody in the chat as well. You're brilliant.
No worries. Well, thank you very much for your call, and I'm glad we've been able to help in some way, even if it's just with a bit of advice.
Cheers. Well, it's just the fact that somebody listened. That in itself, that's all it takes sometimes.
Always happy to listen.
Thank you.
Oh, you take care of yourself.
Have a good night.
Bye bye now. All right, folks. That's coming off. And that's going off. I don't know if Civil Disobedience is still watching, but I won't be beating your record tonight. Although I've only got an hour and a half to go before I do, but I won't be attempting it tonight. Oh dear. My ear holes are... roasting. Yeah, people calling my name. I do apologise. What's up, folks? Don't worry, Dafto. It's all good. It's all good. So what are you flashing your boobs at me for, Double D? You sent me 2 videos on WhatsApp. I'll check that out later. The phone's off. The WhatsApp phone's off. So I will check that out a little bit later. I'm going to be wrapping this up in a minute anyway. Excuse me. But yeah, so it's... oh, hang on. Where's my mouse? There it is. What you having for dinner, spirituality? Yeah, the other thing as well, Dafter, is as you quite rightly said, you need to be careful what you say, because the last thing you want to do is jeopardise any situation that you're facing at the moment. So I think people are quite considerate and understanding. But you certainly weren't boring. But if there's anything, if there's anything that anybody in the chat can do, and there's a lot of people in the chat, and lots of people have heard of different laws or different situations that people have been in, and it's always it's always a good place to start, even if people just say, oh, go try checking this out, or have a look at this video, or see this person because they've faced a similar situation. But it's all good. It's all good. Nicky Jackson. So there's always somebody that has to bring the tone down, isn't there? Talking about winkles, that's what. Well, Mickey, people will always pop questions in the comments. If you ever see somebody asking for some help in the comments, by all means, tag them, give them a shout, and say you can help them if you can. Did Ian Sidney or the other girl ever come back? Not in the form that they were in originally, but I've got a feeling that they've come back disguised as other people at the moment. But yeah. It's one of them, and it is. Yeah, Dafter, I'll tell you what, Twitter is full of hate. It is full of horrible far left cretins, okay, who do nothing more than gang up on people that they don't like, okay, and what they do is I don't know how they manage it, but there's most of them have got several accounts. And what they do is when they see somebody they don't like, they will then come on and they will start being horrible to you and slagging you off from all of their different accounts. And then they'll get their mates in as well, who will do the same thing, who have got 5, 6, 7 different accounts, and they'll just be horrible to you. And then when you react to them, okay, when you react and say, "Oi, fuck off, you twat," then they've got you, because then they'll use all of their different accounts and they'll all report that comment and they'll get you kicked off. That's what they do. They're horrible people. Right, we're going to get the girls on in just a second. How you doing, Bongo Fury? Oh, yeah, that sounds like having a bit of a nightmare there, Scott. Pete Mort, Little Death. Well, I've not died for a long time. Mark Pritchard, yeah, Mark. Well, I don't know Mark Pritchard. If you're asking me, Sigma 44, but he does regularly jump on my videos. Richard, apparently so. Apparently, there's been a protest up here every Sunday, but I can't find the information that says where it's going on or where it's starting from or anything like that. So I've not been able to get down there and check it out. But apparently, there's been one every Sunday. The BBC won't report on the protests because then they've got to say that some people don't believe in what's being said and what's being peddled. Oh no, in that case, Sigma, I don't know that Mark Pritchard. Will I pop down to London? Are you talking to me, spirituality? I'd love to get down there. It's very difficult with the dogs, you see. I can't leave them for that sort of amount of time in order to go down there. Yeah, you'll find that, Keith. You'll find that if you don't agree to simply bow down and take a prick in the arse with a vaccine, then yeah, people have been that frightened that they think you're going to go around infecting everybody and killing them, which is absolutely ridiculous. No civil disobedience. We're not allowed. We're not allowed to go and protest. We can go and petition, but protests are not on anymore. Sorry, but I agree with the government. I've just decided that I agree with the government, and arguing against tyrannical rule and the dissolving of people's rights. I think you just need to suck it up and accept it's happening, people. I mean, what's the problem? The government will look after us. They'll take us under their wing, and they'll home us and they'll feed us, and all we've got to do is what they ask. I mean, it's not such a come on, it's not such a big thing, is it? Just doing what we're told. I can see my subscriber count dropping as I speak. I don't play tennis. I'm not very good handling balls, so I try to keep away from ball sports. That's right, exactly, Jake the toilet snake. Why would you possibly fight the government? The government can keep you all safe. Just accept it. There's nobody better to look after you than the Stasi. So I might change my flag there for a flag of Boris Johnson, and then at the same time every day I'm going to get on my knees on the floor and I'm going to pray to him. Boris, keep me safe, save me from the virus, the inevitable death of civil liberties. cleanse me from the filthy thoughts, the scandalous thoughts of fighting for my rights. Redeem me for my sins of wanting to live a life that is free from oppression. Paps Baps, you don't want to see Paps Baps. I'll show you my helmet though. I don't mind showing my helmet. Do you know what I need? just to make it a bit more realistic. My helmet and my truncheon. Stop resisting, yeah. Hello. Yeah, I'd like to speak to the homeowner. That's right. Well, we've heard reports that you used the term blackberry and somebody's been offended. So we've had to come round and arrest you for a hate crime for being racist. How would I like a real one? A real what, Dean? I'm a bit worried now. Take it easy, Joshua. Oh, get down there. It's fighting the life out of me, that did. Brian PC, take it easy and thank you for your support. Very much appreciated. Fucking hell. Will you stay down there? Fucking truncheon's got a mind of its own. I've got to be honest, the old helmet is a bit of a tight fit. Favourite film of the 80s? Fucking hell, Nicky, I can't remember that far ago. Do I believe in life after death? It's a... I think I do, to be honest. I think I do. I've experienced some stuff. I'm not going to get into it on here, but I've experienced some stuff in my time that makes me question whether there is or isn't. I've got to be honest. I do not believe that there's a heaven. I've got to be honest. I don't mean to offend anybody with that, but if it does offend you, then you have to suck it up because that's how I feel. But I don't believe there's a heaven. My own personal belief. But I think that there must be something else. I don't believe that we would just be here to do this, to go through this for nothing. I don't, Scott, and I totally respect you for your beliefs. Totally respect you for your beliefs. I just don't. I personally haven't felt or seen anything that can back it up for me. Okay, I'd love to. I'd love to be able to see or feel something that says to me, unequivocally, there is something. There is a heaven, for example, because then it would give me. I would then be able to what's the word? Have that belief. I would be able to focus on that and all the rest of it. But unfortunately for me, I've never had anything that does that for me. I'm not suggesting that. Let me put it another way. I personally don't believe that there isn't anything, but there's not to say that there isn't. Just because I haven't seen the proof, I can't say that I believe that there is. But that's not to say that there isn't, obviously. So ha! Caught you that time. Now fuck off back down here. Got to take my helmet off. Look at the fucking markets left. No worries, Jake. Thank you for being a part of the community tonight and of in the comments. Always nice to new people, and always nice to know who those new people are as well, so that I can speak to them and welcome them as well. So it was nice to have you join us this evening. Right. Right, guys, I could push on through for another hour and 5 minutes and reclaim my title, but you know what? Civil disobedience stole my title just a couple of days ago, and I'm going to let him hold on to it just for a little bit longer. Just I don't want to take away that excitement from him. And yeah, I'll just let him enjoy it for a few more days, or till next Sunday maybe, and then I'll smash that one out of the water. Scott, again, I hope that there are people that have done bad things that spend eternity in pain. Okay, when they die, I hope, I genuinely hope that there is somewhere that these people go and suffer for eternity because they deserve to. But again, I've got to be honest with you guys, as I always am, and I would never say something just because I think it's what you want to hear. Do you know what I mean? Because that would defeat the object of this channel, and it would defeat the object of what I believe in. So I've got to say that although I would like to think there is an eternal flame pit that the scumbags of this realm visit for eternity, I don't think there is. And again, until until I see some kind of evidence or get some kind of evidence in some way, shape or form, then unfortunately I can't pretend that I do. But again, I wish I had the faith that there is, but I don't, unfortunately. And that's not to knock anybody that does have the faith, by the way, because it must be nice to have that belief in something, an unwavering belief in something that helps you, and that must be a genuinely nice thing to have. I simply don't, and part of that might be to do with my EUPD, because EUPD makes me, people with borderline personality disorders see things sort of in black and white. They don't, it's very difficult for them to see the crossover, the grey areas, and I think for me, that's why I need to see proof of something. And if I can't see proof of something, then I can't believe it, if that makes sense. And that's why I think in some of my videos, when I turn around and I say, well, I didn't see that happen, so unless I saw that happen, I have to base what I talk about on what we do see. But again, I'm not taking away from anybody's belief, because as I say, it must be nice to have something to hold on to like that. Mud Fossil University. Is that the same channel that talks about the mud floods? Is that you? Is that who on screen? This is me on screen. Woo! I've not seen that, Miss Angela. No. I'm pretty certain that how can I put it? What I know I've been through, shall we say, let's put it that way. What I know I've been through, and the causes and symptoms and everything else that goes with the EUPD would lead me to believe that it is EUPD that I suffer from. The PTSD side of things, there's never been anything that would have set something like that off in me. But the EUPD, the things that can set that off, I can definitely say are things that have occurred in my life. So, but if there's something out there, maybe you can send me something over. If you've got any links, it might be interesting to have a read at the very least. EUPD, it's a borderline personality disorder. It's emotionally unstable personality disorder, which sounds really bad. Calling somebody emotionally unstable makes you think that they're going to go and chop people up and stuff like that. But that's not necessarily the case. Normally, the people that do stuff like that, if they've got if they're emotionally unstable and got personality disorders, they've normally got other mental health issues as well. So yeah, I'm not the kind of person that goes around cutting people into little squares and frying them up. and then trying to flush those down the toilet. Well, you see, Mickey, this is one of the reasons why I don't mind talking about it. Do you know what I mean? This is why I don't hide the fact. It's, there's a lot of people that suffer from BPD, whether it be EUPD or something different. But I think it's important to talk about it. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot of people that haven't got people to talk to about it. There's a lot of people that don't realise that they've got it, and they're just told they've got. They're told they've just got depression, as I did from the age of 15 to the age of 41 or 40. But I'm glad that I've been told that it's not just depression, although the medication doesn't seem to be doing a great deal of work for me. It doesn't seem to be helping a great deal. But the other problem I've got is I'm supposed to be reviewed by a psychiatrist, and that's not happened because of COVID. How old what, Jay? Well, how old was I, or how old am I now? Or how old was I when I found out I was diagnosed? I'm sorry to hear that, Miss Angela. Both. I was 15. Well, I was at least. It could have been before that, but we'll just say 15 because that was the first time I remember doing something stupid. So from 15 to the age of 40, 41, I was told I had recurring depression. That's what it was, recurring depression. And it was only, a year and a bit ago I was told that that I had EUPD. Loafer Sheffield. I've got to be honest. I'm not sure what that entails. It's not something I've ever looked at or heard of, to be honest. But it doesn't sound particularly enjoyable. That's for sure. Right, guys, it's 1:30. I am going to wrap this up for the night. I've got a busy one tomorrow, so yes, Double D, don't worry. That's the closing ceremony, isn't it? Is getting the girls on. But I just want to thank everybody that's phoned in. As always, much appreciated. Diz, you're gonna have to wait until next time now, I'm afraid. I've really got to do one because I am getting tired. Got to let the dogs out again, and I've got to go to bed. So we'll speak next week. I'll be on next week anyway. So feel free to phone in next time you see the phone number on the screen. Oh, thank God for that, dishes. But again, thank you to everybody for hanging around. Thank you to everybody for the support. And as some of the phone calls, some of the callers have said tonight, thank you to everybody for being part of a genuinely decent community. And I'm genuinely grateful to every one of you who's part of the community and who supports the channel and who supports other people who are supporters of the channel. So, give yourself a pat on the back because you are genuinely respected for being you. Now it's time to get the girls in. Oh, I know Mickey Mouse, I know, but I'll do it another time. I'll just want to let him have I'll just let him hold on to it for a week or so, and then I'll take my crown back. Come, girls. Daisy, Alice. Come on. Here they come. There we go. Hello, you little fat lump. Hello, Betty. I know, I can talk. I know. Hello, baby. Hello. What about you? What about you? Come, your turn. Hello. Who's that over there? Who's that? You've got to say hello. So. Sorry, King. I would hang around a bit longer and take some more calls, but I'm genuinely feeling it this evening, and I'm stuck, and I need to get some sleep. God, did that blind you then when I put my head down? Oh my God, where's it gone? Where's my fucking hair gone? No, Mickey Mouse. I'm gonna let Jamie keep hold of the record just for a week or so, as I say, and then I'll snatch it back from him. Oh look! It's just popped up in the comments there. No, I'm gonna let you hold on to it for a little bit longer, Jamie. Just let you savour the moment before I take that crown back, my friend. Take it easy, dishes. Not for long, Bill. I'm literally on my way out the door as we speak. Only for a little while, Jamie. Only for a little while. I mean, look, I've only got to go for another less than an hour, and I'll take my channel back and I'll take my title back. But I'm gonna let you savour it just for a week or so, because I'm nice like that. And then I'm gonna rip it out of your hands and take it back. Right. No, I'm not doing it now. Daisy, can you get out from under there, please? Come on. Come on. Move, 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 move. Good night, Nikki. Right, everybody, that is it. I am done. Yeah, so once again, thank you all the supporters. Whether you like, comment, share, you know, if you haven't subscribed already, then obviously you can hit that subscribe button and get notified of my uploads tomorrow. And yeah, until next time, stay safe, look after each other, film the police, and as always, other officials. Good night all.